Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're about ready to get started.
Sue, can you keep talking just a bit? You're coming in fuzzy.
Okay. Good morning. How is everyone?
There's static on the line.
Static on the line.
Yeah. Will, can you hear the same?
I do. Yeah, it's
Okay.
garbled.
Well, I'll just go ahead and you let me know if I need to stop and we can redo it. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sue Shalal and I am the designated federal officer for the Science Advisory Board per and polyfluoroalkyl substances PFAS Review Panel. The PFAS Review Panel was assembled to review EPA's proposed approaches to the derivation of a draft maximum contaminant level goal for perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, in drinking water. EPA's proposed approaches to the derivation of a draft maximum contaminant level goal for perfluorooctanoic sulfonic acid, PFAS, in drinking water. EPA's analysis of cardiovascular disease risk reduction as a result of reduced PFOA and PFAS exposure in drinking water, and EPA's draft framework for estimating non-cancer health risks associated with mixtures of PFAS. In addition to today's meeting, the PFAS Review Panel is also scheduled to meet on May 6th to discuss the panel's draft report on the topics I noted earlier. The panel has already met previously in December and January of this year and have deliberated on the charge questions. They have developed their draft report and today begins the discussion of that draft report to make sure that the panel is comfortable and has reviewed the responses and is ready to then transmit their draft report to the chartered SAB for their review and final approval. As always, all the materials pertaining to this review and earlier discussions, including the documents to be reviewed, charge questions, agendas, today's presentations, and other documents are, as they are developed, can be accessed on the SAB webpage associated with this SAB advisory activity. At this time, in my role as DFO, I would like to formally open today's public meeting. But before I continue with my administrative remarks, I wanted to inform everyone listening in today that the panel is meeting via Zoom video conferencing format, which is also being broadcast live through both audio and YouTube video connections. And you can find the call-in information as well as the link to the video webcast by going to the main SAB webpage at epa.gov/SAB and clicking on today's meeting date under the heading titled Meetings and Events. Now I'll continue with my administrative remarks. The SAB is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA, and the SAB is empowered by the Environmental Research, Development, and Demonstration Authorization Act, or ERDA, to provide advice to the EPA administrator on the scientific and technical underpinnings of EPA's decisions. FACA and EPA policy require that the SAB meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open session. There is a public comment period noted on the agenda for today's meeting where members of the public can register in advance with the SAB staff office to make oral comments. And at today's meeting, we have two members of the public who have registered to present some public comments, some oral comments to our panel. Members of the public also have an opportunity to provide written comments throughout the advisory period. Written comments will be distributed to the panel and posted on the SAB website as they are received. Minutes will be prepared to summarize the discussions and action items for all of the panel's meetings in accordance with the requirements of FACA and will be posted on the SAB website. The SAB consists entirely of special government employees appointed by EPA to their positions. And as government employees, all members are subject to all applicable ethics laws and implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has reviewed the confidential financial disclosure forms submitted by panel members, along with other information related to their involvement in the development of materials related to this advisory activity. EPA has determined that the advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of the lack of impartiality under the ethics regulations specified in 5 CFR 2635 relating to the topic of today's meeting. So with that, I will turn the meeting over to Dr. Weishui Chu. But as a reminder, I'd also like to ask members of the public that may be listening in to the conference line. I'd like to ask everyone for panel members to actually introduce themselves before they begin speaking. Hey, Dr. Chu.
Thank you very much, Sue. Well, thank you all members of the panel for all your contributions to our draft report. You should have received it a few weeks ago, and today the main purpose is really to go through the report and make sure that things have not been misrepresented in terms of the comments, and any minor editorial comments, typos, things like that can just be sent by email to myself and Sue, and those will be taken care of. So we'll reserve the time here for substantive discussions of any aspects of the report that need to be revised before sending it to the chartered SAB. So in terms of our agenda, we will first hear from the public comments, and as Sue mentioned, there's 2 public commenters as of now that are registered to speak. Then we will have clarifying remarks on from EPA staff on the MCLG documents before we go into a discussion of the charge of our responses in the draft report to the charge questions. We'll start with the charge questions 1 through 3, and then at some point we'll take a break. Just depends on sort of how things progress. We'll finish up the discussion of the MCLG report before we could move on to clarifying remarks from EPA on the mixtures document. So after that, we will have a discussion of our responses in the draft report on the mixtures document. And then it depends on how rapidly things progress. We might just move on. If we have time, we'll move on directly to the cardiovascular disease risk reduction section. And then again, hear clarifying remarks from EPA before we discuss the questions. So we'll go as long as we need today. And if we need to go on, the draft agenda has part of this discussion on Friday, but where exactly we cut off and when we take breaks will kind of be at the discretion of how things move forward. So any questions? Sue, anything I missed I needed to cover?
No, but I would also like to go through the roster just to make sure.
Oh, sure.
Currently online.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Chu, I see that you're here. Dr. Berman? Okay, Dr. Chen?
I'm here.
Dr. Corey Slechta.
I'm here, Sue.
Okay, thank you. Dr. DeWitt.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Fisher.
Here.
Dr. Hammett.
Good day to everybody.
All right. Dr. Kamendoulas.
I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Dr. Kaiser.
Hello, I'm here.
Dr. Lipworth. Dr. Ma.
I am here.
Dr. Olmsted.
I'm here.
Dr. Post.
Here.
Dr. Pullen Fedinek.
Here as well. Thank you.
Dr. Savitz. And Dr. Slit. I believe she said she will try to make it in shortly. All right, that's it. Thank you very much. Dr. Chu.
All right, so then I think we move on now to the public comments. Is that correct?
Yes. Dr. Rajos Sekharan, if you will begin. Are you online? It may take a few minutes for them to log into the Zoom. If he's not ready, if Dr. Hayes is available, you can begin.
Yes, I'm available. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for putting up the slides. Thank you, Dr. Chu, Dr. and EPA for letting me speak to you here today. My name is Sean Hayes and I'm president of SciPinion. And you can advance to the next slide, Sue. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this body of experts. We created SciPinion to have exactly this opportunity to help advise companies, government agencies, and peer review panels such as yours. From my firsthand experience serving on a peer review panel like yours, I know the hard task before you. Peer review panels assembled by agencies can have expertise gaps or shortfalls and often suffer from common negative heuristics associated with face-to-face meetings of groups of people, like groupthink, deference to the perceived senior expert, influencing by bully cheerleaders on the panel, and so on. We created SciPinion as a better way to recruit, vet, and engage experts from all over the world to assure there are no expertise gaps, and experts can operate in a psychologically safe environment so they are free to better share their true opinions without fear of retribution, ridicule, or influence. We have been conducting several peer reviews of the critical issues facing the agencies on how to regulate PFAS compounds, and I want to take my 3 minutes to share with you our preliminary findings and current activities. So we've recently finished a panel of 11 experts who developed recommendations on the most appropriate definition of PFAS and how to group PFAS for mixtures risk assessment purposes. This work has been shared with EPA and hopefully shared with your panel as well. This work is currently being published in the peer-reviewed literature and was funded by the American Chemistry Council. We also currently have a panel engaged in working on the issues of assessing whether the immunotoxicity endpoint is relevant to humans. You can go to the next slide. This panel is a tiered panel design that involves subpanels of 3 experts each in animal immunotoxicology endpoints, 3 experts in epidemiology and clinicians with expertise in immunology, and a 3rd subpanel with experts in dose response modeling of epidemiology data. These 3 subpanels are being overseen by a panel of 5 scientists for a total of 14 experts. And this oversight panel has vast experience and expertise in making risk management and weight of evidence kinds of decisions. This panel is ongoing and all results are preliminary. They are operating within a modified Delphi approach and are currently involved in a debate round. The preliminary findings, which we've shared with EPA and was supposed to have been shared with your panel, indicate the experts have significant reservations with the Butts, Jorgensen, and Grandjean study and its application for risk assessment purposes. After the first round of review and questioning, the panel is currently suggesting they have medium or moderate confidence in the human relevance of the decreased immune response endpoint in humans exposed to PFAS. These findings are preliminary, I should add, and may change following a debate amongst the panel and them answering follow-up questions. We expect this panel to be finished with their work within 4 to 6 weeks and will result in a classification confidence score for the immunotoxicology endpoint. The findings from this panel will be published in a peer-reviewed journal. Cypinion has 100% control of this project, including my presentation to you here today, and all experts are blinded to the sponsors so as to remove any potential sponsor bias. I wish you all success in your peer review, and please do not hesitate to contact me if you have any additional questions about our process or the findings of our PFAS peer review panels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Is our other public commenter available?
Dr. Chu, we can give panel members if they have any questions for.
Okay, sure.
Dr. Hayes.
All right. Are there any clarifying questions from the panel members? Dr. DeWitt?
Hi there. I understand that your experts can't be revealed at this point in time, but with respect to your experts for the immunotoxicology endpoint, can you give us a better idea of the depth of their expertise within immunotox or regulatory immunotox? Or is that part of your confidentiality that you can't share at this point?
Yeah, good question, Jamie. Yeah, I would say they are all extremely experienced with respect to both animal toxicology, those on that subpanel, as well as the epidemiology and clinicians. Many have regulatory experience making decisions about immunotoxicology endpoints and relevance to humans. So it's a very deep, very experienced panel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other? Jamie, you have a second question, or is that?
I do have a second question. With respect to the charge that the Cypinion panel was given, was it only with respect to their evaluation of the critical study used for the point of departure, or were they asked to evaluate other immunotoxicological data involved in the derivation of the critical endpoint?
Yeah, more the latter. They were asked to review and weigh in on the broader literature on the immunotoxicology endpoint. There were some specific questions about the study being used for the point of departure. That was the dose response panel was asked their opinions of that one study, but the broader, all three panels are reviewing the broader literature and EPA's overall report.
So you mentioned in your comments that the panel had concerns with the critical study, the Bugs-Jorgensen study. Were those same concerns transferred to the weight of evidence for immunotoxicity in general, or were the concerns just focused on that particular critical study?
So both the concerns about the critical study, those are being shared with the broader other subpanels and the weight of evidence panel. That'll happen in round 3. The oversight panel will review the results of that subpanel. So they'll get to see those concerns in round 3. We're in round 2 right now where they're debating each other. So those were the specific concerns. So I expect after round 3, there will be, some change in those confidence scores with respect to the human relevance for that endpoint.
Okay, thanks again. I probably won't have any additional questions right now.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I just want to reassure you, Sean, that we did receive a document from you at the end of March, I believe,
Okay.
some of your interim results.
Great. Thank you, Weisha.
Thank you.
Okay, we will call on Dr. Raja Sekharan. If you're online, please let us know so you can begin your public comments. Okay. Well, maybe we can go ahead and move on and then we'll see if it was due to technical difficulties or if he's no longer going to provide oral comments today. Thank you.
All right, then we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is clarifying remarks from EPA on the MCLG document. And I believe Dr. Brittany Jacobs is on the agenda for making this presentation. Is that correct?
Yeah, hi, Dr. Chu. Hi, all the panel members. I'll be pretty brief. I don't have much in the way of clarifying remarks. I wanted to take this time to thank all the panel members for the very thoughtful and thorough responses to our charge questions. We're hard at work working our way through those responses. I think the only thing that's come up for us in terms of clarifications are if we're expecting any additional written comments. So I know pretty recently Dr. Post had submitted some additional comments that, and it's my understanding those will be discussed today about whether they'll be incorporated. So I'm wondering if we're going to see any more in the way of written comments posted, or if after today's discussion, that's sort of going to be the end of it.
Yeah, so I think the purpose today is to go through the document essentially and make any additions or subtractions or modifications, as long as setting aside editorial comments. I think there may be, I know there's a lot of, there may be some, again, more editorial comments that come in more as an appendix kind of thing, but any substantive comments will be discussed today. I'm not sure in terms, I don't know that we'll necessarily have the exact language, typed out, but we, anything substantive you will hear from today or Friday.
Okay, thank you. With that, then I think we can get to the discussions. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Great. So what I was going to propose was that we first discuss the overall, the actual individual sections. And then at the end of each document or each subdocument, we return to the transmittal letter and then make sure that, because, that the letter at the beginning is sort of the highlights, and then we go through the highlights to make sure that those are the appropriate highlights, but only after we've gone through the entire discussion of each of the three documents. Is that okay? All right. So start with charge question number 1, which is the study identification and inclusion. Sue, is it customary to sort of to share the document on screen as we walk through this?
Okay.
So this is the charge question. I'm talking about the actual draft report.
William, can you pull up the draft report? It is online.
Yes, I'll have to pull it off the web.
Yeah. We'll have it ready in a few minutes.
Okay.
Dr. Chu.
So the main overall comment on this charge question was that although some aspects of the process were clearly described, that we identified a number of inconsistencies and deficiencies in both the description and execution of the systematic review process. and that we, basically lay out with each subsection problem formulation, evidence identification, evidence evaluation, data extraction, and evidence synthesis. We lay out some recommendations for each of those steps in the systematic review process for improvements to the EPA's document. Would it be easier? I mean, I can certainly share if that is.
You can go right ahead and share your screen.
Okay. I'll just share this.
And I'll pull it up in the meantime.
Okay, because then we can sort of scroll through. And, all right, is that large enough? Or does it need to be increased in size?
Slightly right, larger, yeah.
How's that? I can't see what you all are seeing, so.
Great,
Okay,
great, Wei Shui.
all right.
Okay.
So I was just proposing just that we sort of walk through the document. So here's the overall comments. And just, I guess, stop me if there's some aspect that needs discussion. Problem formulation protocol development, have some background, and then the main recommendation is related to protocols, which obviously are not, we can't establish a priori protocol, but even a post hoc protocol would be useful in terms of increasing transparency. Get rid of these page breaks. The second, evidence identification. One comment related to the relevant forms of PFOA and PFAS.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a comment on the top of page 16. I don't know if you passed that yet.
I got rid of the page numbers, so. No, I'm not at 16 yet.
So it's in this.
You mean here?
Yeah. So the third bullet where it says third,
Mm-hmm.
earlier literature. Wait,
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to say earlier literature included in the search used for the 26. This I considered this a little more than editorial.
Okay, yeah.
From before the search.
Mhm.
That's right?
Yeah, earlier literature. Yeah, let me turn on check.
That would be like meaning not even not.
Yeah, this sentence is a little bit unclear. Why don't we just say earlier literature used
Right.
2016 HCCs must be included in the literature search and be considered to both strengthen evaluation.
I hope you have your track changes on.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great.
And then the next one, so when it says that the PICO statement should be updated to include the salts of PFOA and PFAS, but they're not included they're not in the literature search. So what does that mean? Update the statements, because the statements define what was done, and we're not advocating or suggesting they go back and redo the whole thing. I don't think. So I don't really know what that means.
Okay, so we go back to that section on the solves. Well, I mean, we're already asking them to include the earlier literature.
Oh, okay.
So there's some
I guess so. Okay, for the things that we're asking them to reevaluate, I guess at this time. Okay, maybe in future, just like clarify in future literature searches, revise it or something. Or if you think it's clear the way it is, it's fine.
But can you see the edit there?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Jamie.
Yep.
I'm worried that this is a little bit vague, so
Mhm.
that they are included in future literature searches for what? Future literature searches of any PFAS compound that may or may not have salts, future searches of any compound ever, anytime. I think
so
we
I
need a
guess-
qualifier
Yeah,
there.
PFAS and PFAS, and we're talking, some of the suggestions are that they go back and relook at some of the endpoints, so I think that's what it is meant to refer to.
But I think we need to be explicit that they are included in future literature searches relative
In
or
support
to
of the-
MCLGs or something.
MCL.
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, and maybe do we even need to say in support of PFOA and PFOS MCLG
Well, it says
development?
that in the sentence, salts of PFOA and
Yeah, it's already, yeah.
so it would hopefully be interpreted to mean it was about
Yeah.
certain.
Well, the fact that you said hopefully be interpreted to mean makes me concerned that they could be interpreted more broadly. I don't think it hurts to be redundant and explicit in certain.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, here we're saying the literature search should be updated with an established protocol throughout the draft memo. So, yeah. Okay. All right, evidence evaluation. So this is where we talk about the study quality, risk of bias, etc. And that we want them to identify the domains that would be evaluated, and although it's in Hawk, it's not easy to locate. So in order to enhance transparency, at least to have some structure in the document as to how these were evaluated. The data extraction, our main recommendation was to just morally clearly articulate the processes and products of data extraction, and also to include the mechanistic evaluations, which they had mentioned were in progress but not completed in time to provide to us. Evidence synthesis. This is where there's inconsistent language that was used throughout the document. So we are recommending a more structured, more consistent process and terminology for the synthesis of the individual evidence streams as well as the overall evidence. We provide some possible sources of such structured approaches.
Hey, this is Jamie. I just wanted to comment that I really like this recommendation. I like the way that it's structured with very precise and consistent language, to urge for consistent language. And I also like that there's examples. So I think this is especially nicely done recommendation.
Okay, great. And then, as we discussed later, in terms of evaluating having the structured approach to really focus on those with the strongest evidence. Since it's not necessarily efficient to do every single endpoint in this manner. So, all right, and then there's a number of additional peer-reviewed articles that are recommended. And so Gloria, you had some additional articles that you had identified that had just been recently published. Are those the ones that?
I think they're having to do with the adversity of and the evidence for liver toxicity, and there's a lot about ALT in the articles. it's a systematic review and an invited perspective on the systematic review. So I thought
Okay,
they
that'll go later.
put under the ALT question, probably.
Great. So anything else on for charge question number 1 on the evidence identification process?
This is Angela, just a general comment. I almost wonder if a diagram or some sort of flow chart, decision-making type of, some sort of visual to go with the process would be very helpful.
I mean, as a recommendation.
Yes, to the document. Not to this, but to the
Right. You know, not that we would create one,
right?
But that we would recommend that they. Sorry about the. Hope people don't get too dizzy.
Yeah.
Let's see. So it sounds like more of an overall comment, right?
Yeah. So just kind of the overall process for the study identification and inclusion, what that looks like, and how they kind of filter down.
Maybe that would go here. That panel recommends. I guess how strongly do we want to say this?
I would just say maybe the document would be strengthened by or more clear, have additional clarity. It kind of makes me think a lot like when you have a meta-analysis and you kind of can see how they started out with certain publications and then they kind of start siphoning out certain ones and the criteria for why. That's kind of, I guess, the kind of the analogy that I'm thinking of.
How's that? The panel notes that the document's transparency would be enhanced through a diagram or flowchart depicting the process of study. Maybe say the overall process of study identification and inclusion.
Yes. Although I guess it would be helpful for me just to also know if other panelists would agree with that.
This is Jamie. I'm always in favor of visuals because not everybody is a purely word-abled learner, if that's even a phrase. So diagrams and visuals can help reach different audiences.
I also agree, Angela.
All right, anything else before we leave charge question 1? All right, and then we'll move on to, I went too far. All right, so charge question 2, this is 2A, non-cancer hazard identification. So part of this is related to this language and structured approach that we've already mentioned. And here is where we talk about the strongest evidence is for liver, immune, serum, lipids, and fetal growth. And then for animal evidence, at least hepatic, immune, and developmental. So really asking them to focus down on a smaller number of endpoints to do a more thorough job in terms of the hazard identification. So this is a section about evidence, the first evidence of this is integration. We talk about typo summaries, etc. The terminology again comes up for strength of evidence, conclusions, again, focusing on key health outcomes, reiterating the need to consider studies from the 2016 document. noting that the specific studies included let's see, might be the studies from earlier might actually have be useful for POD development as well, and then consideration of mechanistic data. So our particular recommendations here, again, a consistent framework, going back to the 2016 studies, and then evaluation of mechanistic data. Section of endpoints and studies for POD development. So this is where the document we felt was not sufficiently clear as to the separation between the hazard identification and the dose response assessment process. So because not all studies, studies might be very useful for hazard identification, but a smaller subset of those might be useful for POD derivation. So just focusing only on those for POD derivation is sufficient for hazard. These are some details with respect to the use of suggestive versus other versus moderate, likely. So again, this terminology issue was one that we identified. Some specific issues about particular studies and endpoints. The overall recommendations was that first to separate the hazard from the dose response, and then being more clear as to the rationale and criteria for selecting specific endpoints for the POD development.
I have a comment on the strength of evidence part on the next page.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Further down. Okay, in the paragraph that starts with for the 4 consistent endpoints. Oh, one minor comment. This isn't the comment, but I was gonna suggest saying for the 4 most consistent endpoints.
Sure.
But for the examples of studies that reported increased risk of clinically abnormal values, it's the sentence that starts on line 20. There's, it said and possibly others for the vaccine response. I'd like to add that the Looker et al. 2014 study reported an increased risk of not attaining the antibody threshold considered to offer long-term protection to the A/H3N2 influenza virus. That's another paper that reported not reaching the clinically protective threshold for a vaccine. I can send the language.
Okay. Yeah, so.
Just, you could write Looker et al. 2014 and thank you.
I like that, just so that these are examples, but I think that particularly one, because it's about not attaining a sufficiently protective level.
It's in adults, not children.
So then we talk about this, that these are all biomarkers, and that across many of these endpoints, specific comments related to infectious disease and immunosuppression. Next section is about serum cholesterol, interaction with PPAR from animal studies versus human studies.
Okay, I have one on this page that's coming up, 34. Under additional endpoints, that paragraph on line 13.
Mm-hmm.
The list of health. Okay, so I think on line 11, it says, or the panel noted that the health effects considered for POD derivation have been expanded.
Yeah.
Since I think it's supposed to be from less than 10 effects to more than 20 effects that include effects, not just studies, different health endpoints. I think it refers to, not studies.
So 10 effects, all of which were from animal toxicology studies.
To more than 20 effects that include effects from both animals. Okay, thank you.
Good catch, Gloria. That's really important.
I kind of like try to read it word by word. Hope so. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, so then our recommendations, again, reevaluating, particularly for these endpoints, that these 4 that we've talked about.
So this is more of an overarching comment, really relevant to one of our previous discussions, which was the notion of if you essentially did the analysis using different effects as a point of departure. So for example, considering an immune effect, considering say serum ALT, would you essentially arrive at some sort of, human, like some sort of dose, if you will, advisory level that might be very similar. I know Dr. Savitz had brought that up previously, like, well, what happens? Maybe the 2 endpoints aren't really that different in giving us a final result. And so I just thought that, I don't know how much work that is to do that way, but to kind of understand if maybe, well, whether you pick A or B, it'd kind of give us a similar outcome.
I think there might be those thoughts in other parts of the report.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it comes later in the report.
Okay.
But I did put a note down to make sure that as we go through it, we'll make sure that it's covered.
Yeah, I mean, just because it does seem like in some way this section is holistically discussing that. That's why. Okay.
All right. So next is the issue of serum ALT. Consideration of the ALT as an endpoint, and we didn't agree with not including it for a number of reasons that we.
Wait, excuse me. I was trying to think of where those studies, those new publications could be cited.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like the paragraph that starts on line 35, or I'm not sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'll put that.
This one cites the Cali PA one, but if there's other ones, at the end of this subsection, we do have a list of studies.
Oh, okay.
That we can add to.
We can put them there. Okay.
So, yep.
So I so first of all, just generally speaking, because this question is really responsive more to ALT than the relationship between ALT and PFOA, I think that we should, on line 29, kind of highlight our argument about ALT first, and then put the writing about ALT and PFOA second. Aside from that, I think it's really important that we highlight, there's a few spots in the writing where ALT was one of the endpoints that was associated with increased mortality. So there was a sentence early on where I just wanted you to add it. Let me see. I'll find it. Hold on. Just give me a second. Someone else, if they need to talk, I'll come back.
But Angela, it meant, wait, Troy, can you scroll down to where you were? It says that on line 30, line 33.
I know.
Do you want to add something more?
But there's also verbiage above that. It's prior to this that it should happen. I guess what I'm saying is I think that's an important point, and that it might need to be kind of said more than once. So it should stay in this part, but there is some verbiage before that. Now, obviously that changes because if we switch anything around, but let me just see, because it was talking about it in the context of the other endpoints. I lost it. I'm looking on my document to figure out where I put it. You can circle back to me. I'll find
Right.
it. And
So I think one question is whether we do want to change the order. So this, see the charge question. The charge question starts with, do we agree for PFOA, essentially? And then if we don't agree, then, the current order kind of mirrors the order of the charge question, which I think is why it's organized the way it is.
so sorry, then strike that comment.
Yeah. But I'm sure EPA will read it all, so.
Wait, I know we talked about this already, but can you go back up? Oh, it's on page 36, right above recommendations, or maybe we didn't get there yet.
Right here.
This is where I was thinking we could add those references, because it talks about another review that mentioned the importance of pretty much the same thing, and then just add another sentence about the newer review that.
Well, these are PFOA specific, or are these ALTs more general?
No, the papers are about PFAS.
Okay.
It's about that evidence for PFOA and several other PFAS related to liver disease and ALT and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So it's really very similar or related to the Steenland conclusions. I drafted a sentence just saying a more recent review said whatever it said. Okay.
So we'll get that precise language.
Oh. No, it would be at the end of. It's fine. It's fine. You'll.
The Steenland is mentioned in both of these paragraphs.
It was the. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Well, whether it's here or after the
right, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so this section goes through the other, the more general discussion of ALT as a predictor of morbidity and mortality. So then were there additional studies that needed to be added to this section?
This is an editorial comment, but one of the citations is mixed up because the first author was left off and it's cited wrong in the text, but I'll send those comments.
All right. I'll just put a note here about.
And this is super nitpicky, but is there a typo or an extra word in the first sentence of recommendations after ALT? Is the R extra?
The sentence here?
Yeah, the panel and the next sentence. Slight elevations in ALT are and increased risk.
Right.
Should it be and increased risk?
The R should be removed.
Association between ALT and increased risk of,
I know, super nitpicky.
Yeah.
I just happened to catch my eye.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's supposed to be at increased risk.
No, but this is a support and association between.
Oh, right. Okay. Never mind.
And increased risk. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's good. You have a bunch of eagle eyes here.
Yep. All right. So this is just the references, which we'll do a double check on. Some other endpoints, like this is where some relate to fatty liver disease, steatosis. All right, anything else on the non-cancer ALT section? All right, now we'll move on to the cancer designation.
I
Yep.
don't know if this is I don't know if this is editorial or not editorial. When I went, I just suggested rearranging the language are we on page 43? I can't see the page.
Yeah, we're on 41.
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry.
right. So this first section is more just reviewing the cancer guidelines, I think. And then that the panel, the panel's sort of comments on degree of support for the likely designation for PFOA. And then now we're on page 43.
I didn't suggest in my suggested edits changing one word. I just like moved the sentences around in the part that starts on line 32. So I thought the ideas flowed better. Do I need to talk about that or should I just send it to you?
Well, you can mention it before, just in general. I think
the first paragraph that starts with, I thought it should start out by saying what's on. The next paragraph should start out by saying that it supports the designation of likely, and then talk about that it would have large practical implications after that, because you have to first say what you're proposing and then the implication. So I just like reorganized the thoughts so the reader would know that we're supporting likely and then talk about the implications. But I didn't propose to change a single word, just move.
Okay.
So right. When I send it, you'll see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Kamendoulis?
If you could scroll up on page 43, right there where line 18, when we talk about mode of action, the paper I sent from my group this morning may lend additional support here. It was an initiation promotion study looking at pancreatic cancer development by PFOA in the mouse. It's a genetic model of pancreatic cancer. And I think that might, if reviewed and included, it might bolster to mode of action for another tumor target site.
Okay, so can you provide a paragraph?
Sure can.
Summary?
Yep.
So this is just for PFOA that we consider the other designations not appropriate. And so we do agree with the likely designation, but again, the same issue we identified before about a more structured and transparent weight of evidence discussion. Connecting.
Can you tell us what page we're on?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us what page?
Yeah, so we're on page 45.
Okay.
I mean, the page numbers are shifting slightly with the edits, but I think overall, I mean, I have the paper copy here with me, so we are on page 45 of the original. And these were the recommendations related to PFOA. So then for PFAS, it's basically the similar structure of discussion.
Okay, I have a comment on the PFAS part.
Yep.
On the first paragraph of that part that starts on line 7, where it says, because it's the reason I'm suggesting this edit, it's relevant to something that said later in the section where it says, I think it needs to say increases in tumors in the liver, males and females, thyroid gland males and mammary gland females. Wait, the liver tumors in the males and the thyroid gland tumors and mammary gland tumors did not appear in a dose responsive pattern, and the liver tumors in females were significantly increased only in the high dose group, which is different, I think, than not dose responsive, because it, to me, not dose responsive means it's like higher in one of the lower dose groups, because some New Jersey developed a slope factor for the female liver tumors, and that's discussed later. So can I just send those edits in?
Yeah, so where exactly are you?
It's here where where it says, is this
I think you're must be talking about a different part, because this
support? Oh, I'm sorry. Support. I must be on a different part. I'm sorry. It's really hard to erase that. It's on the next page, I think. Wait, or the part I'm on is on page 47. I don't know what page this is.
This is 47.
Okay.
Okay, so this sentence here about the.
Yeah. That's the sentence.
Okay.
I just think it has to be like more detailed, just because it relates to stuff discussed later in the section. So I'll send the edits. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is everyone okay with it? Adding that detail, since this is a very general statement, but you know, it's a little more complicated than, or a little more subtle than not.
It's only because when we get to page, I guess 49, it's relevant to that.
All right. So then. So again, this is a very similar structure to the previous section on PFOA, rationale for suggestive.
Keep going. Yeah, it's the paragraph where it says, in addition to the lack, wait, in addition to the lack of, because I think I'd like to say, where it says the 2016 HSCD is overly conservative in dismissing the appearance of a dose-response relationship for this endpoint, particularly in females, because in the others there wasn't a dose response. Relevant to this point, it's noted that the DWQI 2018 developed a CSF based on the incidence of hepatocellular tumors in females in Butenhoff et al. 2012. Thanks.
Any other comments on PFAS? Cancer description. If not, then we'll move on to the cancer slope factor quantification. Number 3. I think this discussion goes, you know, when we get to the bottom line, is that we recommend that multiple cancer slope factors be developed, additional epidemiologic studies of sufficient quality, as well as cancer bioassays, and then, you know, some discussion of the strengths and limitations of each study and judgment as to whether one or more of these might represent an overall slope factor. In terms of transparency, again, some of the modeling details need to be made more explicit. Including both the, you know, but not just the dose response modeling, but also the conversion from serum levels to dose. All right. Any comments here on the slope factor? Right, if not, we'll move on to toxicokinetic modeling.
Okay,
Yep.
I have a comment or a question on the first paragraph there. What's
Yep.
the sentence in italics at the end? Was that a placeholder that didn't get filled out, or is it a section heading? I wasn't sure what it is. Example of need for.
Oh, that used to be in a box. So that's been moved to just a regular paragraph. So
But is the next paragraph an example? It doesn't seem.
I think this is an orphan sentence that
Okay.
we can just delete.
Thank you.
I mean, so these next few paragraphs actually are the example.
Okay.
But we don't need that heading of it.
Okay.
Because it ends the presence of such discrepancies and ambiguities necessitate clearer, more transparent documentation of how the HEDs were derived. So this is where we have the more general recommendations about figures related to model performance, the details of how the toxicokinetic model was used in the dose response analysis.
Wait, what page are you on? I'm sorry, I lost.
Yeah. So I'm on right now page 54 to 55.
Okay.
In the original document, in terms of recommendations, or general recommendations related to the toxicokinetic model. Characterizing uncertainty in different model assumptions, and then this recommendation, which we expand upon later, I think, for developing drinking water concentrations that are protective of all life stages rather than just ingestion rates. And then the next section is the human toxicokinetic model. And,
Hi, Shane.
Yep.
Just before that, in that paragraph you were just highlighting right before towards question 4.
Yep.
About developing reference doses. I guess I don't fully understand the implications of that. That seems pretty important. But if the draft is to establish MCLGs, sorry, this document is so long, it's hard to know what are the most significant things.
Right.
This kind of appears, and I have the sense it could be quite important, but I don't really know how to evaluate it.
So I guess maybe Gloria, you can comment on this. Maybe the phrase "develop a reference dose" is not the right word to use here.
Let me see. What if it's that EPA's analysis should be based on serum PFOA levels so that they can be used to develop a drinking water concentration. Do you think that's right, Wei Shui?
Yeah, it should be based on.
Does this relate to also considering the gain model versus?
Yeah, that comes up later as well. So
because a set dose, I mean, at different lifestyles, the same dose, life stages, the same dose will result in different serum levels because of the different drinking water ingestion rates and things like that. That's what this is supposed to consider. Okay.
So it seems like this relates to a totally different part of EPA's activity involving regulation. If the MCLG document is about establishing MCLGs, perhaps it should stop at that. And then this is a discussion about doing analysis of the effects of different drinking water standards.
The point is the reference dose approach made it that they do develop in the document would be hard to use. It can't be used to develop, or there would be difficulty using it to develop MCLGs. That's what the MCLG would be.
Right. I mean, but in theory, you could have a reference dose that for the most sensitive life stage, essentially. So you could have it be that.
So the serum level would be lower at other life stages, and that dose is protective.
Right. So that reference dose would be protective of all life stages. But the reference dose is so that for all life stages, the serum levels remain below that.
That's why I don't know if it needs to be changed. But if the model takes into account that, I didn't know if we needed to even change the language. An MCL should develop a reference dose that accounts for different drinking water ingestion rates at different life stages so that it's protective for all life stages or something to that effect.
Yeah. Well, maybe this first part, which gets confusing. The EPA develop.
Maybe we should say because the reference dose is intended to be used, it developed in these documents is intended to be the basis for MCLGs instead of that the reference dose should be protective of all life. Somehow it has to consider exposure at different life stages or something.
EPA's
approach, analysis, whatever.
Analysis. Into account. Sorry, what did you say earlier?
Maybe take into account the need. Why don't we just leave it general? The need. The need to be take into account the need for a drinking water concentration that it can be used to develop a drinking water concentration protective of all life stages or something.
Yeah, how about EPA's analysis needs to be protective for all life stages.
For drinking water, okay. Okay, that really doesn't that.
Yeah.
Really, the concept is it's not just using doses if infants are the most sensitive, but also how do you plug that in how do you plug that into like a standard MCLG equation to be protective with different exposures at different life stages? The serum levels resulting from That's good. That's good. Remain protective for all life stages.
Resulting serum levels. So.
I think that's good if everyone else agrees.
Probably, since we say recommends here, you can just get rid of that and say recommends that EPA's analysis ensure that resulting serum levels remain protective for all stages.
So this is Jamie. I have a tiny little bit of a problem with this because can an EPA reference dose really ensure that serum levels remain protective?
Yeah, I mean, you could basically set it as the minimum, the minimum value reference dose. Like if you have life stage specific reference dose, essentially you would just set it to the minimum one.
Right, but I mean, a reference dose is a recommendation for ingestion, and it doesn't do anything to adjust an individual's or population's serum levels. So I read this as, this is going to ensure that people's serum levels remain at or below a level that is consistent with the recommended reference dose.
Well, the reference doses are based on serum levels.
Well, I understand that reference doses are based on serum levels, but the way this is written, it's sounding like the reference dose is going to control or manipulate an individual person's serum levels.
Okay.
So it's just wordsmithing. Again, it sounds like the reference dose to a naive reader will make sure that my serum levels aren't going to go above or below a certain level.
How about consider the resulting serum levels? Then
or like ensure that the putative or predicted serum levels would remain protected.
Right, the predicted serum levels. That's good.
Perfect. Just one word helps. Thanks.
I think there's much better, a tiny comment. Instead of the word remain, would ARE be better?
This really has to do with it's not just the different drinking water that infants drink more, which is easy to just plug in. It has to do with the modeling of the maternal exposure, but you're really interested in what the breastfed infants exposed to, and that has to be modeled through a model to ensure the infant maternal exposure doesn't result in excessive breastfed infant exposure. That's what this is really about.
Yeah, but I think
It's good now.
I think it's good now.
Okay, go on.
All right. Into the human toxokinetic model. This is where, again,
Okay. I have one on the first, on overall approach for human neonates under B. You were down to.
Okay, all right, on B, over.
Where it says the second paragraph, in light of these disadvantages, even though it says in the first paragraph that the panel agrees, I just thought it might be good to add a sentence before, in light of these disadvantages, to say that the panel supports the general TK modeling approach presented in the draft PFOA and PFAS documents for use in EPA's current MCLG development effort. However, in light of these disadvantages, future consideration. I'll just send, unless anyone disagrees, I'll send the whole thing.
Okay.
This is Angie.
Mhm.
I thought box 1 and that paragraph was well written and really a useful, kind of a nice addition, suggestion to the document.
Great.
I do have a conceptual question that relates to a sentence that you're talking about, about fraction unbound, because conceptually, I'm trying to kind of understand if PFAS really fall under, say, like you can equate them to a drug all the time, in the sense that the unbound fraction that's, kind of moving along through the system is also what you're kind of hoping is available to engage the the target.
Yeah.
But the difference for PFAS is, it's very possible that everything, all the things that it's binding to is also very important for its toxicological effects.
Yeah.
Like that's, or I guess that's kind of maybe a question to the panel, but when I look at it, it's not as simple as when we're looking at a drug and the unbound and wanting to know how much unbound is there to engage with the pharmacological target versus like kind of the concept of how to consider binding. That's really in the weeds. But it's just, and I don't even think we need to address it, but just kind of a thinking about it that it's bound important too.
This is Jeff. I think unbound, at least in plasma or serum, is considered in pharmacokinetic models, ones I've been involved with. Then if you talk about transport in tissues or organs, much less is known about what it's being bound to, what the unbound fraction in a tissue. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, I think from a conceptual level that more just that I understand the concept of unbound fraction relating to toxicokinetics. I think in this case, because we're evaluating a toxicant, that it's just this general notion that we don't really have a good understanding of what the unbound portion versus the bound portion, how they contribute to the ultimate adverse effect that we're measuring. That's all.
Right. Yeah, I think that's true.
And I don't even know if that's a sentence that needs to get into the document. It's just kind of a general comment, but I really liked this parallel approach and suggestion and kind of use these citations that are kind of using all of the work that's been done in the pharmaceutical industry to advance predictions with early in life stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we do have the sentence, of course, there can still be many gaps in data and knowledge. When we could add a sentence here, including, some things, if we want to add that. Would that be useful?
Sure. Yep.
Now, we do talk about transporters here in this. The ontogeny transporters is active field of research, but then they have a specific suggestion.
Let me just, I think even just including, let's see.
Or the role of tissue binding and modulating toxicity or something.
Yes, yes. And I say this because we're preparing a manuscript and the student who's working on it actually works at Pfizer. And so he kind of has experience of kind of going back and forth between drugs and these PFAS, and the PFAS are so tightly binding compared to a drug that it starts to make one think, is it engaging in proteins in a way that it doesn't, that is just as important as understanding what's free to go and move through the system and do other things. But I understand that's a toxicokinetic, that's, one is toxicokinetics and the other really is just what does the bound fraction do?
Yeah, but this is sort of the intersection of TK and TD now. So,
yes.
So is that,
yep.
Is this okay? Just this addition phrase? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. So then we move on to our critique of the Werner selection of the Werner model, and whether considering the Gaden model would be more appropriate. The issue of the age-specific toxicokinetic and drinking water intake patterns. So I think, yep.
I have a comment here on the paragraph before the heading, consideration of maternal.
Yep, okay.
So right in the middle there, it says, additionally, if the model parameters were changed, blah, 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 and the adequacy of the model fit remaining the same.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But also, I would take out adequacy of and remains. But there are different things that could be done.
Or how about whether the model fit remains the same would be question. Or we can just say it is unclear whether the model clear would remain the same. The model fit would remain the same.
Maybe it's unclear whether the model fit would be adequate, but since we don't really know what adequate means, maybe we don't want to go there.
Or would remain adequate. Or I guess we're saying we're not sure of the adequacy because we don't have.
I think what you have there is good.
Okay.
This is just a question for the other panelists who are modelers, which is there a difference in water consumption rate values if a mother is breastfeeding versus non-breastfeeding? Like, do the models take that into account?
That's what the EPA health advisory is based on right now, the current one, that the drinking water ingestion rate of lactating women is almost it's like twice other people, or the upper percentile. It is more, and that's what actually the 70 nanograms per liter current health advisories are based on that.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not a modeler, but I know that.
Okay, that's useful, thanks.
Right, and then the Gaydon model does consider the milk and drinking water intake differences as a function of age. So.
Okay.
All right. So then the next section here is on the transfer between mother and child. And we basically say that, with this, we don't have the greatest data, but assuming a fixed ratio is probably adequate for them.
Wait, is that
on the original document, page 60.
okay? This part doesn't talk about the sex ratio, the part you have up. I don't think.
No, I thought.
Didn't you just say sex ratio? I think.
No, the mother-child ratio. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, the issue with the sex ratio is coming in the next part about the animal toxicity. All right, so on the animal toxicokinetics, I think both Gloria and Jeff, you had some questions here.
Mine's on part D and F, so if anyone has comments on the earlier parts.
So Jeff, that's on page 61, line 20. Yeah, so this is so I've had a question here about the use of measured serum plasma data. So I guess your concern is that we really need to kind of evaluate both of them and not necessarily just recommend one or versus the other. Is that
right? And that's because if a model gets used, that's how you either calibrate or validate the model. And I think it's useful to tell them to evaluate the performance of the model, which is actually looking at how the model reproduces the data. It may end up they don't use model predicted measures, but I think they should evaluate it.
right? So I think it's mixed up with this our previous discussion about them needing to have a better description of their evaluation of the model versus data, right?
Yeah.
calibration. So so let's see. EPA consider. I mean, we already say consider. Well, we could say that the choice of measured versus model predicted levels. Will depend or
depending on model performance.
Mm-hmm. As well as or model performance in comparison with the it needs to be compared with how reliable we think the measured values are, right?
Yeah, that's another judgment call.
Right. Person with judgment with the reliability of measured values. Gloria, is that okay? I know you so just
yeah, I guess so. The thing, yeah, because sometimes I'm not sure how they did it in this document, but in other documents they used models for different strains of rats or mice and the studies were from other strains. We used, I know it's in here somewhere, I had a suggestion that they consider using measured values too. So that's fine. I don't know if it's in this part or another part. I can't remember. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
I mean, we're not trying to. I think because it might depend on each study in particular.
right. Just don't discount the possibility of using measured values.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we could say here, we should consider that you may consider whether it may be appropriate to use.
Oh, this is, yeah.
Yeah, to use measured serum. Okay, so this is a little bit more.
Right.
Consider whether it may be appropriate to use measured serum plasma data when available. Versus measure versus model predicted levels will depend on model performance in comparison with judgment as to the reliability of measured values. Does that seem okay?
Great. Okay, with me.
All right, so then the final one is just a characterization of uncertainty. X, and then C is this sex independent parameters for PFAS. Specific parameters were used for all. So was this, Laura, was there's
it's
this
on
is
D, and maybe F is really where it's most, it's the comment that I asked you about if I should bring it up was on D, and basically this is about average half-life. They used, and it says they didn't have half-lives for the pups, so they used the average half-life from I'm not sure how to pronounce the person's name, Dzierlenga, DZIER,
yeah.
et al. Toxic part of the NTP 28-day studies. They used the average of the half-life, I believe, of adult female and male rats to represent neonatal and young rat pups. The half-life in the males was 9 days in that NTP study, and it was 0.1 days for adult female, so they used 4.5 days. And I think that part F asks if there's any, or one of these parts, if there's any information on toxicokinetics in neonatal rats or mice. When I overlooked this in the original, when we were doing the charge questions originally, but there's a paper, Hinderleiter et al., 2006, that, where is it? About age effect of PFOA plasma concentration in post-weaning rats. And they found that up to 4 weeks of age, the half-life and the serum levels, well, I'll say the serum levels were the same in males and females, and the sex difference developed at age 5 weeks. And I thought that is some data that was not, other papers by Hinderleiter were cited in the document, but not that one, at least for that data from this one. So I thought that information might be useful to provide some data that might have some use to be more specific for the model, and that EPA should consider the information from that study to see if anything was more specific than the average of adult males and females could be gleaned from it. So,
okay. So in terms of this specific paragraph, we should probably add something.
Well, I think in F it asks if anyone has any information. Can you
F is about sex differences, but this is even just about adult versus infant or neonatal.
Yeah, right.
So
we'll just say that Hinderleiter et al. Evaluated serum levels at different ages in infant rats, and both the sex difference and in general, and EPA should evaluate that paper to see if there's anything useful to inform this question or something to that effect.
Hinderleiter et al. What year was that?
2006.
2006 evaluated or contains data.
The relationship between age and plasma concentration of PFOA in young rats was investigated.
Age
between 3 and 8. Okay, so
PFOA.
3 and 8 weeks of age.
Yes. 3 and 6.
But it has to do with this.
So I think this sentence maybe we can strike. This is about the assumption that clearance will be similar.
Right.
3 and 8. It says 3 and 8 weeks of age. I'm sorry. Wait.
3 and 8.
6, yeah. And
can we strike the next sentence, since it's just about the assumption?
That's the general assumption.
that's the assumption
went
I
with.
think that EPA used currently, but which maybe
this sentence should come after that.
yeah, I'm going to say that the
Yeah.
assumption in the draft document is this, and this study may provide some information.
Which may be useful to.
I sent the paper to Sue earlier today.
Age. Is that okay? Did I spell Hinderleiter?
Right. Yes, that's how you spell it. But also look at F, what they're asking in part F, because
So hold on, before we get there, in terms of recommendations, we should recommend
Review the paper.
Oh. Oh. What do they say?
They call them infant rats.
Nice. How's that?
Yeah, but go down to F and see
Okay.
how it
Yeah,
fits
so
in there too. It seems
right.
really relevant to F.
So F is now the sex differences, and you said that
That's
this.
what this is about. It's about that there was no sex difference at 4 weeks of age, but the sex difference developed at 5 weeks of age. And other studies in adults showed it's hormone, or seem to show that it's hormonal in other studies, which aren't being cited
We
here.
should remove this sentence because there is some information.
Right. That's right. Maybe
Well,
just say the Henderlater study mentioned, et al. Study mentioned above provides data on sex differences at different age, on male and female
contains
at different ages.
Sex differences in rats. In rats.
Gloria, can you send me that paper?
I sent it to Sue, and I can send it, I guess. Or Sue can probably send it to the whole panel after the meeting.
You said sex differences were not evident at 4 weeks, but they were at
5.
Yeah, I'd like to see it now.
We had actually, when we did our Drinking Water Quality Institute document, that was one of the papers we reviewed because it's an older paper. That's why I was aware of it.
let me see if I can find it.
I can share it on the screen if I didn't. I have to admit I didn't go back and read the whole paper. I saw what we had written and I downloaded the paper.
I just pulled up a view PDF of it. I just wanted to see what they did. They didn't calculate half-lives, did they?
Right, but they showed that the serum levels are the same at 4 weeks, and that the difference develops at 5 weeks.
Yeah,
So
they have to do some analysis to back calculate this.
or it might support the conclusion that it's the same in males and females up to 4 weeks, whether well, the question said identification of sex differences in toxicokinetics, so I think that it does provide something on that, whether it provides a half-life or not.
So, sex differences in serum levels, right?
Right. I think you need to take the word while out, unless you're going to make
Okay, sex differences, serum levels were not evident at 4 weeks, but differences were present at 5 weeks.
Yeah. It would take some work.
But we can't say there's no information that
Oh, maybe we could say,
that there's differences in sex differences it's not. Maybe we'd have to say there is information, but it would. I don't know if it's possible to use it in the model, but the second sentence of the next paragraph isn't accurate.
Right, this is good.
okay, so I can just say, however, it is not clear whether it is feasible to use these data to parameterize sex differences
Right.
in animals using that.
Yeah.
But then I think we should get rid of this sentence because there are some data. But this sentence, I thought you said there's something about hormonally driven.
Those are papers in. Those are papers in. Not in neonatal, they're in adults where they castrated them or gave estrogen or testosterone, and it shows that these differences seem to be hormone related to hormones, and that's probably why it's not present until the very young ones, where until they're developing hormonal differences. It supports this idea. I didn't know. I didn't think that was really relevant to put in here, but it sort of explains why this happens, because it's related to development of hormone differences between males and females as they develop.
We could just say, instead of this sentence, which seems like it's talking about all ages, or as opposed to just neonatal, maybe we could add a sentence saying that in adult rodents,
I could send. Do you want me to send the citations for those?
Yeah. So.
And it appears that the difference between male and female rats is related to endocrine differences. Okay.
In COPSO code. Modulated. And then
for PFOA, this is all PFOA. PFAS doesn't have that.
PFOA.
Well, and the whole thing, this whole thing is information on sex differences in rats for PFOA at different ages. Maybe the first sentence.
Okay. Sex differences in rats. Rat. Rat. PFOA. Toxicology. They just added PFOA.
I'm sorry that I didn't think of this when we were writing the response.
Okay, well, that's why we do this. All right. So you'll add. So you'll send the references to add here about the adult rodents appears that sex differences in PFOA are hormonally modulated.
I will.
Okay. Angela?
Yeah. So in looking up Hinterleiter, there's a different Hinterleiter paper, 2005 toxicology. If you scroll up back to where we were, it was a short paragraph on breast milk. There is a little bit of information in that breast milk because they did a rat study, several doses, and then looked at maternal concentrations, neonatal concentrations, and then also the breast milk concentrations and how they related. And that paper maybe should be noted or at least cited in that paragraph. I think you need to go up a little bit more. Sorry that I'm bringing this up backwards. I just happened to come across that paper when we were looking at Hinterleiter.
I think that this is about, let's see, I thought I saw breast milk.
Where did it go? It was up a little more. Because there's so little known is the problem. But this was one paper that somehow just we didn't end up pulling up before.
Mhm. Sorry, I'm trying to find. This is nursing dams here,
Right. This is,
but
I'll
then
put the, where did it go? Let me see.
it's about the
It's on page of the original, it's on page 60, right before lines 11 through 21.
okay, that's back on humans though. That section is on human.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so strike that.
Yeah.
Good point, sorry.
Good find.
But do we want to note that study here somewhere? Or
Maybe.
so this is
I'll just,
about lactation here.
yeah, let me put it, I'll put the paper in the chat bar because sometimes it's, we do, you know, we.
Oh, here, actually, several parameters transfer chemical from mother to her pup.
I think that I think it says in the document that I can't swear to it, that the Lacasano model used data from Hinderleiter et al. 2006.
Okay.
I think I read that when I was trying to figure out this other thing yesterday, and I saw that, but
okay.
Somebody else can confirm.
I don't know exactly what to put for our sentence, but something just to the effect that the panel notes that there are some, how do I say it? There's some data. I mean, this is what I can read to you offhand very quickly is that time mated female rats, oral gavage, 3, 10, 30 milligrams per kilogram of PFOA. And then they went ahead and looked at the maternal plasma concentrations, steady state concentrations in milk. And then they also looked at fetal plasma concentrations at day 21. And so that is kind of useful. I think it is responsive a little bit to this paragraph or this, it's some information. It's kind of the same as what Gloria was saying about this other one is maybe just.
But I think that the model.
Yeah, I'm looking up the Locasano model and it actually incorporates that
Okay.
in it.
Okay.
So it should be covered.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else done? So on toxicokinetics, do we want on this last one? I think just another sentence similar to this one. That they examine that study to see whether useful to refine their estimates of or maybe useful to develop sex specific parameters or neonatal kids.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
I like it.
All right, on to epidemiologic study derivation. This is we go through a number of issues. First about confounding, or a number of issues related to confounding the correlated exposures with other forms of PFAS, other PFAS. This physiologic confounding related
I
to.
have several comments on this section.
Okay.
Should I start?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
The first one's not that big, but it's the paragraph you have up on the screen, the last sentence, where it says, to the extent that these blood levels reflect physiologic differences, I think it should say, to the extent that these blood levels reflect physiologic differences that also impact the health effect being evaluated.
Okay.
It's not just if they affect, the
Right.
last, this, wait, it's off this, it's the bottom set, line 13 or 12.
Okay. Whether,
That after
you know,
differences
yeah,
reflect physiologic differences that also impact the health effect being evaluated.
mhm. Right. Need clarification.
I have another one, several other ones.
Okay.
The next paragraph.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't think the last sentence makes, it doesn't seem logical to me. Wait, is it, where is it? Hold on. It's on line 20.
Okay.
Excuse me. This is supposed to be about physiological confounding, so the idea of the first part is if you know that exposures are really different, not just serum levels, but actual, like people have different levels in drinking water in different doses, that there's less possibility of this type of physiologic confounding because you know the exposures were actually different. The last sentence doesn't make sense. It got I think there were too many edits when we were working on it. It didn't
Yeah.
seem to make sense. They're talking about here it's that people with higher concentrations in drinking water have different levels in their diet or other, in different exposure sources. So it doesn't seem to relate to physiologic differences somehow. I don't think it's logical.
Yeah. So these are not. Yeah, these two thoughts don't exactly follow.
Right. I wrote it doesn't appear to make. Maybe I think just take that sentence off unless anyone objects.
One object. It seems getting in the weeds, and then it's the two parts of the sentence aren't directly connected.
There's like a disconnect somehow.
I'm okay with deleting it.
And then the next one. Yes. Oh, go, sorry.
Oh, I was just agreeing. That was something I had flagged as well.
Okay, great.
The next comment is on the very next sentence on line 21. I don't think that I don't see how we can say something without any basis or anything to back it up. It's just a statement without any support. Is that just obvious to everyone that it's a given?
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't really talk about the.
I just think it would stand alone without.
I'm okay with just deleting it.
I agree. And then I have one more on the paragraph it's really the last line you have on the screen, line 41.
Extend this one?
Yeah. I think that it might be better. It doesn't say what it's preferred for dose response. I think part of what it says earlier in this response or somewhere is that one of the strengths of the epidemiological database for especially PFOA and other PFAS is consistency in different occupational and communities with drinking water exposure in the general population. Preferred, I was suggesting to say instead that if the findings,
if there's discordant
findings, studies in populations with elevated environmental exposures are consistent with the findings in the general population, it adds to the weight of evidence for that effect instead of saying those studies are preferred.
Yeah. The findings in
populations with elevated,
Findings and studies based on elevated environmental exposures
are consistent with studies based on blood PFAS levels in the general population. We can leave that are more likely impacted by it. It adds to the weight of. I think we can leave are more likely impact because that.
which are more likely.
Yeah. Then it adds to the weight of evidence or whatever you want to say for that effect or something to however you want to say it. Level of evidence. I don't know the correct term.
And there is greater confidence, right? Overall in the weight of evidence.
For that effect. Yeah, for that effect. For the effect. Good. That's good unless.
Amy?
Could you go back up? I'm sorry. There was one little word that I had some issues with. It's back up right underneath the section on role of shared physiology in affecting biomarkers, that italicized section. There we go. Could we take out the word background variations in exposure and just reflective of variations in exposure? If everybody's fine with that.
Variations in it. This is how we say it. Variations in exposure to sources generally prevalent in the general population.
It's like just repeating the same thing. Variation. Well, these are non-occupational. Maybe.
No, but non-drinking water too. We're talking about like the diet and consumer products, not point source specific. In generally prevalent exposures, just.
Yeah, I just don't want there to be the assumption that we all agree that background levels of PFAS are something that we should accept as normal.
We agree. We never use the word background.
Yeah, well, I think it's fine just to delete that.
Okay.
It's so, but this sentence here, this edit here, is that okay with everyone?
If findings and studies based on are consistent with those based on I agree.
Well, I guess this first sentence, is too few because it seems like this is saying there's never enough studies.
Say relatively few studies.
Yeah, relatively few studies.
I'm not sure that the last sentence is logical. As we're saying, the general population studies could just be confounded by individual variation.
That it has to be considered for each effect if that's plausible, which it is for some.
Well, this is just saying that if we have, well, it's actually what we're saying is that if it's consistent with the environmental exposure-based studies, then it's probably less likely that they actually were impacted, right?
It's saying in general, putting aside in response to the comment.
Can we just delete this parenthetical though, because I think it kind of
uses, it already talked about that.
Yeah, we've already.
For each, if it's seen in the general population, you have to consider whether it could be some physiological consideration that impacts serum PFAS levels and the effect, but it's not always the case. It's a possibility that has to be evaluated. To answer I forgot the comment, the question.
That was Jim, yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. Anything else on this physiological confounding? All right, then on to the next is the role of SES, and we were talking about how it's not necessarily the case that social factors are determinants of PFAS exposures, unlike, say, air pollution. So and then the recommendations are related to all these different aspects. So here, I think, let's see, this is the multiple studies, a variety of endpoints. Does there need to be one that talks about this physiological confounding more, or a recommendation?
I think that part of, if the parts we didn't discuss said that the physiological confoundings, like it's not going to be, if you consider it's less unlikely it's happening for all of them, because it's, that's part of considering multiple and from a variety of endpoints.
Okay, yeah.
That was part of the thought process that went into that.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
And for other reasons as well, but that's part of
Okay,
it.
yeah. All right, on to the next section, 5D. Epidemiologic study derivation. So this is so basically we agree that this study could be included, but we have some concerns about the process. In terms of also going back to some of the earlier publications. And then some details related to this particular Granjan set of studies.
I have a comment at the, I guess it's right here.
Okay.
Small, on line 38 of this. It's line 39. Including summary tables, and also because there were issues, be included to support the selection of the critical study, and I was suggesting that it also say the specific data set selected from the multiple data sets provided in the critical study, because there were benchmarked several BMDLs for different data sets, and they from that same paper, and they didn't explain why they selected the particular data set. The data set selected from, I said, the multiple data sets provided in the critical study. The data set within. Okay, that's good. And the data, I put data set within the critical, I put specific data set, whatever.
The specific data set.
Within the critical, okay, thank you.
Okay, so this was just about this particular endpoint. And then we go on to talk about other critical effects. So our recommendation is about why this one is selected, or recommends that candidate values for other health endpoints and animal studies also be developed. And then the final choice, consider strengths and limitations, and that also to consider a meta-analysis approach. when we do talks at some length about the section about the relevance of the infectious disease of the immunotoxin point.
I think,
Yep.
yeah, keep going.
Laura?
No, it's further down.
Okay,
My comment. You said
just more clarification.
it's in the part on relevance of critical effect.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, relevant clinical relevance of critical effect.
Yeah, relevant. In the last paragraph.
Yep.
The first, where is it? Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh no, it's in application of toxicokinetic model. I don't know if we got to that yet.
Yeah, we're not there quite yet there.
Sorry.
So this is recommending additional information on other infectious disease outcomes. And then here, just explaining why we're not using experimental animal data. But we do recommend earlier that they consider experimental animal data.
This is Angie. I just
Yeah.
have a quick comment about that. Coming back to a paper that Gloria had brought up before with, I guess there was some verbiage around like kind of a clinical response criteria or something like that. I guess what I'm thinking is whereas line 27, antibody responses is a well-established adverse outcome. I don't know, it was either in that paragraph or before, but just the notion that, oh, no, stop right there for recommendations. So to back up, additional information, I think we might want to define what type of information we're looking for on infectious disease, like i.e. X, Y, and Z. And then when we go to this, no, you were right, on line 24. Yeah. I don't know. I think it would be helpful to know, like, as a such as, or when we're saying additional information on
They didn't talk about infectious disease outcomes at all in the document, in the evidence integration section. There's a lot of papers on it, and it was missing.
Okay.
For some reason.
As opposed to additional, then just recommended information.
There was no information on it in that section. It was like an omission that seemed like unexplained.
Okay. Verification in detail, better frame the finding of antigen specific antibodies response. So it's somewhere either after that or around that it's just not about the antigen specific antibody response. It's also about whether or not that response is meeting some medically important criteria. And that is that paper that earlier in our meeting, Gloria cited. Was it Lubecker?
You mean, look, that's well, only a few papers I think looked at whether, most of them looked at like numerical changes in antibody response, but they didn't look at similar to other, whether it's like clinically defined threshold, and similarly like clinically defined high cholesterol as opposed to a change in cholesterol, or clinically defined low birth weight. So there was already one Grandjean paper that did show for at least one of the vaccines below the clinically protective threshold, but then there's the other paper from Looker, which is adults from the United States, that showed it for one of the influenza vaccines.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that seems like an important highlight, just the term clinically relevant threshold, right? So that's kind of the verbiage that I think needs to go in there, because that's important. I mean, that's kind of what we've debated before, and you've brought this paper to the group's attention, or made sure that the document includes it. I think that's important. I mean, I think you want to weigh in here. Don't you think we should bring that? I mean, I'm not saying that the other ones aren't important. I'm just saying that in general, the fact that there is evidence out there that it's not meeting, that they are not able to give an antibody response that meets a clinical threshold is something for us that's important for.
I think that maybe that should maybe come, although, I mean, it kind of fits here, but then also it comes up again, it could come up again later when we talk about the benchmark dose level.
Okay.
But I guess, Jamie?
So I agree with Angie that having that information in about, you know, clinically defined levels of antibodies that confer appropriate protection. My biggest concern, though, is that we don't make any recommendations where we tie antigen-specific antibody levels for any vaccine to any infectious disease, because you can have deficiencies in the antigen-specific antibody response and considered to be immunosuppressed, but you may not exhibit at the time of a particular epidemiological study an increased rate of infectious disease. There can be other outcomes that are tied to that antibody response. So I think the clinical levels of antibodies important to add tie into infectious disease. I urge us not to.
Okay.
So
but I think Angie's suggestion is good to include in here.
I mean, I think where I'm just coming at it is that, you know, that we have to acknowledge that there is some evidence out there that there is a clinical threshold and it wasn't met.
So maybe it goes here. There's in the text, a paragraph about describing studies about not meeting clinical threshold protection. Is that what we're talking about?
Sure.
So can somebody provide a couple sentences on those studies? That may not instantly, but just.
I'm happy to do so. Just at some point, give me a date.
Friday.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So then does this recommendation need to be edited, I guess, to
I don't think so, because I mean, for me, this is really important because it clearly indicates that this effect in and of itself is adverse and doesn't have to be tied to any specific infectious disease outcome. That's a really important aspect of this particular response.
Well, this would be decreased, right? Antigen-specific antibody responses.
Yes, good catch.
Mm-hmm.
But I also agree with Jamie. So I think where it's going to be inserted is the right spot.
Okay, great. So then, okay, so this is about, so now, I guess my question here is whether this should really be reframed as to reiterating the idea of, it's more like explaining the strengths and limitations based on both animal and human studies, right? Rather than, because this is kind of assuming that they're still going to just use human data, whereas we kind of want them to be a little bit more open as to human or animal data and the strengths and limitations. So let's propose something more clear, a thorough discussion of here. I mean, essentially this here. I guess we need to make it verb that EPA provides. Space for both making their or in the base. Sorry. selected RFPs. Or just in selecting RFPs. Sorry about the. Okay, is this okay? The panel recommends that EPA provide a clear and thorough discussion of the strengths and limitation of PODs based on studies from both human and experimental animal models in selecting RFPs. Got a thumbs up from Jamie. All right.
Okay, I had a comment on this paragraph, application of toxicokinetic model.
Okay.
I think it's sort of related to what we were talking about before with the reference dose and drinking water ingestion. Okay, so where it says, wait, hold on. It's near the, oh, be derived as, does this, using, it starts on line 13, exposures at a constant drinking water concentration could be modeled with a toxic and appropriate exposure. And the MCLG could be derived as, should it be the dose or the drinking water concentration,
Yeah.
do you think?
Drinking water.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Didn't see, okay. Thank you.
Because our whole point is distinguishing between drinking water concentration and oral dose. So.
Right. So.
All right. So then the next one is about durations over which exposures apply. So we talked about. Now this is the same time varying issue. So.
No, it's really a little different. It's that they keep saying it's chronic, and in their health advisories, it's stated to be for both short-term and chronic, and it's really important when there's exceedances of standards. It's come up in New Jersey. There's a lot of confusion about, does it have to be addressed in a short time frame or a chronic, like a normal chronic contaminant, and they have to be clear that since it's an effect that occurs, it does, obviously it's based on an infant effect, it's not it occurs in a less than chronic time frame, and the MCLGs and reference doses apply not just to chronic because they're protective for chronic, but also to a shorter time frame of exposure. Okay.
So would it be useful to add here, and if we're addressing situations of drinking water contamination with PFAS, PFAS, and the time frame.
This is critical in which it's really the time frame in which knowing or providing advice, or and the time frame for intervention. That's exactly right. That intervention is needed to be in time frame in which intervention should occur is needed, or something. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right, benchmark dose and VMDL level. This is more details as to. Okay, I think maybe this needs to be because this first part is really just about that specific study. So I think maybe this should be a separate thought. Overall, essentially details of that space of the PODs is transferring over, right? Because if we don't want to necessarily restrict it just to that one, especially if we're recommending them to do to have multiple values or use multiple studies. Okay to separate those. Okay. Immunologic study. This is the 5% benchmark response level.
I have a comment. Can you scroll back up just a tiny? The paragraph that starts on line 9, it's right. It seemed to me that the rest of the paragraph, the first sentence was like not supported or connected to the rest of the paragraph, because it some kind of transition needed or something, because it's saying that it's challenging to determine whether moderate to mild to moderate immunosuppression produces measurable clinical outcomes. It's challenging, but then the rest of the paragraph, to me, not being an expert, seemed to support that there is evidence for that mild to moderate produce measurable clinical outcomes, and it doesn't say why it's challenging. At least that's how
maybe some additional words would be sometimes challenging to determine with traditional epidemiological assessments or studies.
And then maybe however evidence from specific because it's the examples, I think Jamie, you wrote it, show that it
however goes here.
Maybe
or can be challenged to determine in, what was it, traditional epidemiologic?
Yeah, traditional epidemiological studies. I mean, a lot of these rely on recall. How many times have you been sick in the past year? I mean, we don't have to put that in,
right.
But unless we need that level of specific information. I mean, how many of you remember how many colds you had this past year? You probably remember being COVID.
Well, yeah. Been a little bit more focused on those things these couple years. So. Okay.
Okay, wait, I had a paragraph, I mean, this one, the one on 24.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem, it seems unclear because it's talking about infection and then health protection against infection, but the studies cited in the paragraph, I believe, are about vaccine response, not infection. So I don't really understand how the first sentence relates to the information in the paragraph.
I think some of this comes from some of the language within the EPA documents themselves, because they do talk about the diseases that are being vaccinated against being very important diseases with respect to public health protection. So maybe that's where there's a little bit of confusion.
Could there be a way to word it so someone who doesn't, like I forgot that, so someone just reading it understands it? Is there a way to edit it a little?
Yeah, this sentence, I guess, doesn't fully connect with the next couple
Right.
sentences. And it goes from sort of a general discussion of, here we're talking more about specific studies again. So
I think, in the EPA documents, it is highlighted that these particular toxoids or these particular vaccines are extremely important, and we want to ensure that there's no risk of developing infection from the diseases against which they're designed to protect. But overall, any vaccine does indicate an immune dysfunction. So I think the issue here is rectifying the generalized immune dysfunction that is indicated by a suppressed vaccine response, with the potential for risk of obtaining the disease against which you're vaccinated if you're not sufficiently protected. Right. I don't know how to make that sound more digestible.
Yeah, but it doesn't really get at, this section is supposed to be about the benchmark response level. And so I guess, I understand what you're talking about, the difference between this as an indicator of generalized immune suppression, as opposed to, vulnerability, conferring a vulnerability for that specific disease. Those are, one is a subset of the other, right? And if we overly focus on the specific disease, then we kind of miss the big picture of that these are really just indicators of, it's not like PFOA, targets this specific vaccine, right? It's more that it's an indicator that there's a, potential impairment of any type of antigen response.
Exactly.
But I guess this paragraph doesn't necessarily capture that. Maybe so that those other thoughts were captured here up here more, like changes observed in the developing immune system affected by mental effects.
Can we just take that first sentence from that paragraph out?
But then, let's see.
It seems like the paragraph's mostly saying it's not just from the Faroe Islands, it's from other places.
Yeah, so maybe that actually goes somewhere else in terms of the critical study question. So back on page 69 to 70, we talk about so I'm going to propose to move that paragraph up to that section on the critical study. Here. So this is mostly about Granjan, but then here we can say,
I think that makes sense.
okay. Or maybe you should go after this discussion of the Cali PA, because this is still on Granjan. So maybe like that. And then I guess this would be
Wei Shui, wherever we were before on that paragraph, I also had a comment on the paragraph right after that, before you moved it.
Yeah, but here,
I don't know.
I guess should it be here or should this be, I'm sorry, whether moving this to the next section about other critical effects. Well, this is very specific, so maybe it's better to put it here.
It's about immune effects.
Right, so you know, so we either response critical effect. Is that okay?
I think we had, wait, go back. That was already, I think that's sort of captured in the first bullet, and there was a lot of discussion of other studies and other, do you think?
Okay, yeah, okay, I see that, sorry. Right. Okay, I think it's been covered already. Okay, going back to
wherever that was removed.
Where it has this here. Okay.
Okay, wait a second. Well, decrease. Oh, you had a comment. I see. I was saying this seemed, I think this talks about birth weight because in the draft document, the only two reference, they only carried it through to a reference dose stage for decreased antibody response and birth weight, but we're, in other parts, we're saying they should develop it for multiple endpoints, not just birth weight and antibody response. So I don't know if the way this is, I said in what I wrote down is what I just said, it's the only other RFD. However, in several other sections of the report, the need to develop RFDs for liver enzymes, cholesterol, birth weight, and decrease as well. I mean, cholesterol, birth weight, and decreased antibody responses emphasized, and that this seemed out of place. That maybe we should cross-reference the other places where it's recommended that multiple endpoints be evaluated instead of like focusing on birth weight here. This is because birth weight was the only other one that was in the draft document.
Yeah, and this is really about benchmark dose and benchmark response levels. So,
Oh,
I mean, this section, whereas, but this paragraph doesn't really talk about that.
and also there's a typo if you're going to keep the paragraph in 32. It's supposed to be line 32, PFOS.
Yeah, OS. Yeah. So, but maybe this paragraph should be moved then. So where? Probably the section other critical effects, right? So I proposed moving it back to page 71. So here, somewhere here. So here, this ends about antibody responses. Here we're talking about other. Oops. We could just add, for instance, here. Is this okay? So moving that paragraph up here as an example, essentially is as an example of another one. And then going back to overall strength of evidence is similar to the four endpoints. And we recommend multiple candidate values. Anything reasonable? Okay. And we'll go back to where we were. So the next one is uncertainty factors.
So may I suggest that we take a break? It's 2:40.
Okay.
It's just, we've been going for 2.5 hours.
Okay. Yep. Sorry. All right. So 10-minute break. And then we'll try to finish off this document and go back to the, and at that point, after we finish off this section, we'll go back to the transmittal letter for this section and make sure that the key bullets there are adequately summarizing the sort of the most important points. Okay.
Dr. Chu, can I suggest that you save your document?
Yes.
Use all those edits.
Good idea. see you back at 10 of the hour.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. I just wanted to check to make sure we have everyone back, I guess. Okay, Clara, David. Amen. Christy, are you back? Jeff, did I see you come back? I think Jeff and Christy are the only ones that I don't see. All right, why don't I please share my screen again? On the right window here. All right, here we go. So I think we have two more sections here in the main document. The first is the uncertainty factors. Sue, do you need to officially announce our return?
No, we're fine.
Okay. So first, the uncertainty factors. I think the main discussion was, well, certainly if they want to, if they're going to include animal studies, then we'll have to, include some of the interspecies factors as well. There is the question of a probabilistic framework for specific doses. And then we do have some discussion about the mixtures, accounting for mixtures. And just, we don't have a consensus on that, but we just recommend EPA evaluate the potential applicability there. Questions about uncertainty factors?
Well, I had that additional suggested part.
Okay.
And wait, maybe before we get to that, I just had one comment on the last paragraph, or I wanted of this section, the last paragraph before we get to my suggested addition, where it talks about cumulative risk. I didn't know if it was appropriate or not appropriate to mention that the EPA chartered SAB was reviewing a report on approaches and research on cumulative impact assessment. Or, I didn't know if it was appropriate or not appropriate to cross-reference that. I just didn't know.
Well, cumulative impacts are different though than cumulative risk, right? Okay. So yeah, I think
it's not relevant.
Yeah, I would consider them separate, but if others disagreed with that.
I don't care. I just thought I'd throw it out to everyone.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not. So I had suggested adding a couple paragraphs, and Sue shared it with the members. Just, it wouldn't change the uncertainty factors, but just so it's not lost, the approach that EPA, this is really for PFAS. The Office of Water's approach that's in the Federal Register for developing MCLGs, and New Jersey and maybe other states follow this approach for our risk assessments. If something is before it was called a possible human carcinogen group C, and now suggestive is analogous or similar. If something's a suggestive or possible carcinogen, but you can't develop a slope factor, the Office of Water's approach for reference dose development incorporates an additional uncertainty factor of 10 for potential carcinogenicity. But in this case, so I wanted that to be acknowledged in here, but I'm not advocating adding the extra uncertainty factor of 10 because there are slope factors or range finding slope factors available for PFAS, and there's a typo in my suggested language. It's supposed to say higher, not lower. I can fix it, but the reference, even dose without being further divided by 10 that EPA is proposing, is already lower than the estimated 1 in a million risk level. And so you don't need to, I got mixed up. I wrote lower rather than higher in the sentence, but I just want it not to be lost because MCLGs haven't been developed in a really long time by EPA, or at least not for carcinogens. And this is what their guidance, and it's in the their process approach that's in the Federal Register says to do. And I just would like it to be in there, but it's not suggesting any change because it's not needed in this case.
Yeah, I don't see the thing that you would send, I guess.
You didn't, oh, Sue shared it. When she shared, she sent 4 documents to us the other day in an email.
Oh, okay. It's not from you, it's from Sue.
No, we're not allowed to. Sue shares everything.
Yeah, let me also add that that information is on the web for folks listening in.
Right.
So these are comments that were provided by Dr. Post on the current draft report.
Okay, yeah. Let me. There are 4 documents. It's called additional comments, uncertainty factors. Okay, got it. So let me just copy this in here, and then that way everyone can see it in context.
But there's a miss.
Yeah. I'll fix it.
Yeah, that's where it was. If you want
Right.
to fix the mistake before we start, in the second, where is it? The fourth line of the second paragraph, the 5th line, it's supposed to say these daily doses are much higher.
Okay, there.
So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so panel notes that the draft PFAS document doesn't discuss the EPA approach for developing MCLs, health goals for MCLs. Specifies incorporation additional tenfold for potential carcinogenic effects in the RFD when there is some evidence of carcinogenicity and there are insufficient data to develop a slope factor. Okay, although PFAS is classified as suggestive, incorporation of this was not considered by EPA. Indicating that the RFD is protective for cancer risk and additional uncertainty factor is not needed. RFD, it is recommended to acknowledge that this.
I just think that this is part of EPA's MCLG process, and
Right.
it should be acknowledged, like we went through the process and it's not needed, but we don't want to lose.
Right.
I've been doing this since the 80s, and so I'm probably one of the few people still working on it who knows about this, but it's still, no one ever said it doesn't, no one ever said it was changed, and it shouldn't be lost to history, in my opinion.
Yeah, now of course they might need to reconsider if they choose a different RFD
Right.
going forward, so it is
I
relevant.
just thought of that while you were reading it, but then that it should be, maybe it can just be edited a little, say if other reference doses are developed, it should be considered or something too.
And explain, let me just change this and explain why. Explain the rationale for its inclusion or exclusion.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Does that need to be put it here in the recommendations, or is it sufficient just to put it here?
I have to look at the recommendation.
It's not, the recommendations right now are just probabilistic and mixtures.
We could just write a sentence that that the use of this in the approach be acknowledged in the rationale.
And I'll just copy the language up here. The rationale for its inclusion. Okay. This is when developing developing the MCLG.
Well, it's really an uncertainty factor, and what suggestive evidence of carcinogenicity for which a slope factor is proposed isn't used, because sometimes for suggestive a slope factor.
It's not available. Yeah.
Okay.
How's that?
Good. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on uncertainty factors? Not then relative source contribution. A lot of this was clarifying what exactly it means, and as a fraction of the RFD rather than a fraction of exposure. And then just being more clear as to its process for selecting the value. Although in the end, we do agree with their selection of 20%. All right, we made it through the first document. Now I wanted to go back, return to the transmittal letter, in which these are selected highlights of, obviously they're going to read the whole thing, but just in the transmittal letter to the administrator, it's supposed to sort of summarize some of the highlights of recommendations. And so I think we should particularly look over the wording of these to make sure that they are they're clear, and that also no sort of highly important recommendations are missing.
I had 2 additional ones to ask that the group could consider if they should be added or not.
Okay.
One is there's nothing about mode of action or the lack of mode of action analysis that I saw in these recommendations, and I think it's worth mentioning. It's at least as important as some of the other things that are listed here.
Okay, so it probably goes here after the focusing on health outcomes, right? So I'll find the exact.
I think we said that they should do it for what the key endpoints that they're focusing on at least.
Okay, yeah. So maybe it actually goes at the end of this. It could be part of this bullet. Yeah.
maybe it should be, oh, or maybe a separate one because,
Okay.
and actually it's really for cancer too, so.
Okay. I'll I'll look back at the exact text.
And this is an editorial comment I had, but it's related to what you're writing now, because the bullet above that doesn't say non-cancer outcomes, and it also doesn't, or else it could say including liver, immune system, serum, lipids, fetal growth, and cancer, if you want to be inclusive of everything.
Okay, yeah.
And the other one that I think is important, just because of my own job responsibilities and what I'm involved with, that it's important to clarify that the reference doses apply to short-term as well as chronic exposure, because it's only mentioned in one. It sort of could get lost in the report if unless people object. I think it's important to have that up front from a implementation or whatever I want to say viewpoint.
Yeah.
We're really EPA acknowledged at one of the meetings that it's true. We're just asking them to state it. It's not any disagreement or anything.
Right. Yeah. Well, let me try to actually in a separate window find the more specific text here.
And then, well, this is sort of editorial, but since these are, it's, wait a second, I think it's a few down from, or no, it's further up, about the slope factors, multiple slope factors. Shouldn't that say, yeah, shouldn't it say for PFOA?
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. Let me try to quickly find some specific language to fill in here. Is that okay? I just copied it from. We don't need this here for this.
That it specific. I guess it's okay, or that it be clearly stated that applies to short-term as well as chronic exposure. Because it's not, someone just reading it who's not familiar wouldn't know unless there's a problem with it.
Include both short-term and chronic exposure.
That it be clearly yeah. That it be clearly stated that the RFDs apply to both short-term and chronic exposure. Well, okay, the exposure is twice in the sentence now. I think you can just say that the RFCs apply to both short-term and chronic exposure. Good.
Durations. Sorry, I'm looking for the thing about mechanistic data. I think we can shorten it. The panel recommends an evaluation of mechanistic mode of action data be included for those effects considered as the potential basis for the RFTs in cancer slope factors. Because we don't define RFTs yet. Okay, how's that? All right, just to go through them now. So transparency and completeness of its evidence identification methods, studies that were included in 2016 should be considered, consistent framework for evidence synthesis and integration. In the short term, initially focus on stronger outcomes of the strongest evidence, mechanistic mode of action data, separating hazard ID from dose response, rationale and criteria for selection of endpoints and points of departure, studies for points of departure. They should use ALT as an endpoint, agree with the likely designation for PFOA, but need more structured and transparent rate of evidence discussion. Multiple candidate slope factors, additional details transparency in all the quantitative modeling aspects. Reconsider choice of Werner and consider whether the Gaden model is more appropriate. Multiple human and animal studies for a variety of endpoints in different populations for the reference dose. More better justification for choice of benchmark responses, not just for antibody responses, but for other endpoints. Consider using internal dose point of departure, which is then adjusted for interspecies and intraspecies so that RFD can be expressed in terms of internal dose, which then can be converted either to external dose or equivalent water concentration. Short-term and chronic durations for the applicability of RFD, uncertainty factors, and then relative source contribution. So I think that it's most of the major highlights of all the different charge questions. Any other comments?
I had sent editorial comments and Sue had indicated they would be discussed, I thought, but like line by line comments that aren't responses to the charge questions, and I wasn't sure if we were going to discuss them during the meeting or how it was going to be handled. On the PFOA document I had sent.
If it's just small editorial comments, I think we can work on those out offline. If there's something,
some of them have like some, I mean, maybe you should just put it up and scroll down because I can't. Some of them are like, I don't know. Sue had said they were going to be discussed. So do you have them? They're in that same email that she sent.
Yeah, additional comments. So this is your additional comments on the PFOA MCLG document, right?
Yeah. If we're going to be finished, I don't want to take up a lot of people's time, but it seemed like the panel has to see them or before they can be included if people don't think they need to.
So let me stop this share then, and then we can go
Probably
to.
most of them are just editorial, but there's
I
some.
see. So just to be clear, these are comments on EPA's document, not
Right, and they were comments I wrote in December.
Yeah.
Because, and they, when I reviewed it, because as I was going through,
right.
a lot of them are clarifications and things that aren't.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, this was sent to everyone.
Right, so
in the
maybe
email.
if anyone has any problems with it, but Sue, it seemed like the panel has to agree for it to be included, or that's what I understood.
Again, for those listening in, these are the same comments that Dr. Post provided, and they're included in what's labeled Dr. Post comments on the draft report. So these are additional comments at the end of that document.
Right. So most of them I mean, the PFAS document was like 1,000 pages long, right, or something. So this is, there's a lot of detailed comments.
Some of them are on the appendix, the toxicokinetic appendix B or whatever and stuff. Because I did go through, like, well, they're really for EPA. It's really to help EPA to clarify things.
Right.
They're not like any, like, decisions to be changed or their direction.
Right. Yeah. And, in the end, everything we say is a recommendation. So.
Right. So, but Sue had indicated they need to be, like, mentioned at this meeting.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm a little unclear in terms of whether these would be included as sort of an appendix to our report, or whether these would, everything's available publicly, so EPA would be able to download these and look through them.
As long as they're considered by EPA, it's intended to help them.
We do currently have some similar comments on I believe the CBD document that have been included as an appendix in the draft report. So if these sort of fit in the same line as those, I think we can create an appendix for them as well.
Yeah, it's an appendix.
And there's also, I did it for the mixtures document too, but it's only a couple pages long. It's not really long.
Yeah, I think these type of detailed clarifications we can just include as an appendix. It's fine. And then, I think the document's likely to change a lot, anyway.
But there are things that really need to be fixed that are in parts that we didn't comment on. I don't want to. One thing I noticed at the beginning, which wasn't part of our charges, all the drinking water occurrence data, the units are incorrect. So it's really I'm not trying to be funny, but even though things are going to change, that it's unlikely that part will be edited because we didn't comment on it, and it's really important that they have these comments so whoever's revising it makes these corrections.
Okay. Great. Any objections? All right. So we finished this one document. And then, so now our next task is to go on to the mixtures document. Let me scroll through before I share screen, just so that people don't get too busy and all this. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We are scheduled for a okay, first Dr. Jacobs, and then we have time for some clarifying remarks from EPA.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to jump in quickly since we just finished this document. So I'm wondering about like next steps when these. So it's what happens next is you finish the edits on this draft report. I'm just wondering, like, when we'll see the next iteration of this draft report. or if you have a sense of that yet.
So the process, I think, is after we finish our edits, then this will be sent up to the chartered SAB for approval.
Okay, so we won't see another iteration of these edits before it's sent to the chartered SAB.
Sue, I think that's correct. Is that?
Yeah, today's meeting is intended to sort of get the final approval from our panel members on the actual wording and any additions or changes or edits to their current draft. So we have this discussion publicly. We go back, we revise the draft report to comport to the discussion that we're having today. And then, as Dr. Chu mentioned, we will now create another final draft from the panel that will now go to the chartered SAB for their review and approval. And they may also have a few editorial comments or other suggested changes that may happen to the report before it becomes, the final report that gets transmitted to the administrator.
So, so in terms of the finalizing the one to go to the chartered SAB, does it need to be, because there's a couple places where we're asking members to provide like a sentence or a reference or something. Will it go out to all the members again as a final, before it goes up to the chartered SAB or not?
There will be, you will be asked to concur, that the panel itself will be asked to concur on their final draft report before it goes to the chartered board. But in essence, what we are discussing today is what those sentences will look like from those individual panel members. And so EPA as well as the public have a good idea of what it is that they would be expecting to see as a final draft from the panel. So that's the intent of this meeting today.
Okay.
No additional or new information is going to be added that hasn't already been discussed during our meeting today.
Right. I'm wondering if, and I don't know if this is typical or not, but like if we could have like the track changes version that Dr. Chu was just working on, like as well as the final draft report, so that we can see, those changes from the draft to the final draft.
I think that's it's an administrative task. I think you can take the original and compare it with the new.
Okay, and then just one other, there's been a lot of references suggested today, and I'm just wondering if those references could get, because I imagine it's going to take some time to get the next iteration of the report together. So I'm wondering if the references that have been discussed could be posted.
They have been.
I mean, the ones that have just been discussed during this meeting that are going to be sent to Dr. Chu from, Dr. Post and Dr. DeWitt.
Dr. Post, any proposed references that we have gotten, and I think the ones that Dr. Post is discussing.
I mentioned one today I didn't send to you.
You haven't sent. Okay. Well, once they get sent, they will be posted on the web. So they will be included as member developed comments.
Plus, I was asked to send some more additional ones today related to the male and female infant rats. So I'll send them in addition to the one I mentioned about vaccine. I'll send them. Okay.
Yes, and Dr. Kamendoulis actually shared something earlier today, and that will also be posted on the web. All those things will be posted separately.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. So anything else on the MCLG document? Then we will welcome, I think on the schedule it says Ms. Flaherty for clarifying remarks on the mixers document?
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't really have any clarifying remarks, but I'm eager to hear your conversation today. And I thank you all a whole lot for your thoughtful and excellent comments on the document so far.
All right, thank you. So let me get back to the right section now again. Sure. All right, is that visible to everyone? All right, so this is the mixtures document. And then this first charge question about the dose additivity assumption. Some discussion about assumption dose additivity, I think. And then also similarity of toxic endpoint rather than common mode of action. Some comments about consideration of human data and NAMS data. And then this issue of using toxicity factors when there's no EPA toxicity factors in terms of implementing a mixture.
I have a comment on that, a small comment on
Okay.
the where it. However, where does it say? It's for the SAB.
Well, the page numbers might have shifted a little since.
I know I have mine is shifted too because. Okay, however, it's on line 1 of the top of that page. No, the other page. Keep going. See how it starts with 1 again. For example, where we were suggesting that they don't say the toxicity values undergo independent peer review, and you, I guess, drafted language should be derived using peer-reviewed approaches. See where it says that? The thing is, a lot of the EPA guidance, and I even checked that we use, I don't think it is peer-reviewed. I don't think the 2005 cancer guidelines were peer-reviewed. They were developed by an internal, or at least outside of EPA from what I could tell, and same with the 2002 reference dose and reference concentration guidance. Is there any way to say, like, using EPA guidance or some kind of, because really, I don't, maybe now things like that are peer reviewed, but they weren't then, and that's what we use. How about use US EPA guidance or other peer reviewed or other approaches that have been peer reviewed or something like that? Something like this, it seems small, but it can make a big difference later, exactly how it's worded. Using current EPA guidance, maybe even say. That's good with me if it's good with everybody else.
I guess because states sometimes have their own guidance documents, right? But are those peer reviewed?
That's true. Yeah, I can't. New Jersey follows. We don't. Right, that's true. Some state. How about using relevant agents? You know, and some states, whatever, you're right. We don't want to box people into EPAs. Do we have to? I thought the main point was the peer review, so I don't see why we have to say that. That it was more that there were other venues for scientific input and review rather than external peer review, like the example in. It probably says it in here that some states have external advisory bodies.
Right.
That
toxicity value
That there, instead of that, there should be an opportunity for scientific input and review of toxicity values derived by states. I don't think we need to say what guidance is used. It says,
or we could say toxicity value, development of toxicity values
should include
opportunities,
right,
scientific input and review.
What it said there could create similar problems to what we were trying to replace. Thank you.
Yeah, so the, okay. And our recommendations,
Does it?
Yeah, and I think the recommendation is fine. We recommend the need for scientific input and review in general.
Right, scientific input and review in general, right.
But these recommendations are, related to supporting dose additivity, the common outcome, but more discussion of uncertainties and information supporting this approach, making clearer the definition between mode of action and health outcome. The use when there's clear evidence of something other than dose additivity that should be used instead.
Oh, also, I had sent there's a paper, I don't know if I sent it, and also an invited perspective. That the paper was in zebrafish, but the invited perspective was more general, saying that that the assumption of dose additivity is supported even when modes of action are different, which is what EPA is saying. And I was thinking that if that could be added as a citation somewhere, maybe both papers. I only sent, I believe I think it relates to the first charge question.
Right, it's in this paragraph here.
Where is it?
Assumption of similarity of toxicity endpoint rather than common mode of action. So, recent studies.
I'll send those citations again.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything?
I have one more comment, and it's on charge question 2, and it's really that the whole thing about not having tiers and have more of a menu. It's in charge question 2.
Right.
And then where it says the panel found, but then also almost the same thing is in charge question 3 about not having a removal of the tiers. It's if you go, and so I was, and really both of those parts really don't directly relate to hazard index or relative potency factor. It's like a different, it's a concept of removing the tiers. It's on the relative. So do you think that both of those paragraphs could be condensed? To me, it was almost saying the same thing twice and put into a section about using a menu-based approach instead of tiers, because it's.
You're talking about just the recommendation, or is there a paragraph in the
No, there's a big paragraph under each one, and I'll tell you. Wait, I'm on the wrong version. Wait, I'll tell. It's the second paragraph of the response, or the third paragraph of the response to charge question 2, and the third paragraph of the response to charge question 3. They seem both were saying about the not having the tiers, and I was wondering if it could be condensed and made into a sort of separate section like somehow. Or
Let's see where the second mention is.
well, it says about on charge question 3, relative potency factor.
Right.
The third paragraph, I think it is, or at least the second. The panel agreed that the draft framework should reevaluate the tiered approaches they questioned.
Just as should reconsider the tiered approaches.
You don't see?
Well, okay, so there's
It's the paragraph that begins with the panel concluded that the framework needs further elaboration and clarification before it can be implemented.
Okay, that's the third paragraph.
In the relative potency factor one, it seemed very similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just. It's just because the discussion here is more about relative potency.
So you think it's okay just to leave it like that?
Yeah, I mean, we could say as discussed in.
Yeah, maybe tie it together. Tie it together by, like you said, as discussed in the other charge question. I don't have any more comments.
Okay, so I was in the middle of looking at something. Oh, so Jeff had a comment on the NAMS question. So where's page 100? NAMS and mixtures. The page numbers are slightly different. So find that. Okay. Okay. I have a much stronger statement. Jeff, do you want to talk about your comment?
I think we should encourage the use of NAMs for mixtures. And I thought there was only one statement, and that may be in the recommendation thing right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think more than clarify its intended use, but I think recommend the use of NAMs and maybe clarify how they'll do it. But to me, it's kind of a weak endorsement.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Can I weigh in on that? I don't personally agree with that. Most of these assays are not validated. There are also major issues. Sorry for the background noise. I'm in a renovation area. The other issue, of course, about those is how you go from dosing in those situations to a human equivalent kind of thing. So I maybe, I don't know, 100 years from now, they'll be ready, but they're certainly not ready now. And unless there's major efforts at validation, I for one can't see how they're going to contribute.
I think we debated this a lot when we were like working on the charge question. Another issue is that risk assessment guidance that EPA has for if we want to come up with any guideline, even not a make guidance value or standard, we can't use NAMS because it hasn't been incorporated into risk assessment guidance for how to develop drinking water concentrations or reference doses or any type of guidance value to apply from NAMS. So, and we brought this up at one of the earlier SAB meetings with the EPA Office of Water, or stated that it's quite abstract. I'm reading from the response, and that they're not planning to develop guidance values for use of NAMS data to develop toxicity factors soon. So anything as a case study or something, it's interesting, but we wouldn't be able to really use it to make, even it would be hard to use it as guidance, like guidance, non-enforceable guidance in a regulatory or
you may be unaware of a lot of work in FDA with drug-drug interactions and regulatory guidance, industry guidance. So I think with mixtures, with more than one compound, I believe a lot of insights can be obtained from using in vitro systems. And I was involved in that. So I see this going on with drugs. I see a place where you could look at mixtures and start to tease apart some aspects of what's going on in a mixture in cells. So that's what I was thinking.
Christy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a tension here between, again, tools that are not yet validated, but for me also thinking about the things that could be missed by NAMS if we're looking at mixtures, for example. And so if we're looking at this as in an FDA or drug context, it's a different situation than if you're looking at environmental chemicals that are already out in the environment and people are being impacted by them. I think that if we were going to recommend anything, the suggestion that I would have outside of Clarify is that, EPA could explore the use of NAMS to, integrate information, like affirmative information of toxicity or something like that, rather than, using the NAMS to, for example, say there's no toxicity, like thyroid toxicity, when the tests aren't robust enough to even determine whether or not there's toxicity at all. And so something,
yeah, so this is
along those lines.
About the additivity questions. So
yeah. Well, I mean, even if you're using them in mixtures, right, you wouldn't necessarily be able to explore additivity if the test itself isn't sensitive enough to even pick up that endpoint in the first place. And so, I think that there are multiple issues at play with the NAMS that still require some additional development, again, both from a validation perspective, but also just from an endpoint perspective as well. And so the things we're talking about in PFAS are, some of the endpoints that we, are concerned about in PFAS are not well developed within the NAMS constructs that are approved for use, by EPA right now too. So I wouldn't want to go so far as to say that they should use them, right? I also think that, just clarifying isn't necessarily getting us to the place where we would want to be. But I think that if there were health protective uses to identify potential toxicity, then that could be useful potentially.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking toxicity. Let me explain a little more. Because transporter proteins are so important for understanding, the half-life of compounds and what's going on and shuttling these compounds around in different tissues. You can start to explore the interaction of individual compounds on transporters with in vitro systems, not ask the question about toxicity per se for the liver. So I was thinking more in at least pharmacokinetics and transporters.
Yeah, and also just to be clear, so the NAMs that EPA utilizes, there's a list of NAMs that are approved for use. So this isn't just an all in vitro tests that the agency is available to use. And so there are very specific tests that are included, you know, say under TSCA, for example, that they can utilize in some of these studies. And so even, you know, again, more firm of a point I would put on there for the further explorers, further exploring public health protective uses of NAMs, right? So something that also shows the directionality that the NAM should be applied, even if they're a limited subset, if we're using for dose additivity, or if we wanted to expand it beyond the NAMs themselves to say in vitro assays. That's not getting into the specific, you know, list of NAMs that you know EPA can use for these types of assessments.
Debbie, and then I want to.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Jeff, but of course you're making the assumption that when you drop those chemicals into some kind of cell preparation, that's the way they would get there in vivo, which is highly, highly unlikely. But my sense here also is that this is a much, much bigger conversation, meritorious of its own workshop / seminars. And so maybe just, you know, leaving it at further explore is more than adequate at this point.
Yeah, I mean, remember, this is that very short mixtures document that we reviewed. And so it seems like that's a very, not really the right place to go into a potential NAMs and mixtures like discussion like in detail, because I mean, I think
part of the reason it said clarify was because whether it should say further explore and clarify, because a lot of, I can't remember the details, but there's stuff in the mixtures document that was really unclear. And then the people, when we heard about it from the EPA scientists who developed the mixtures document, they provided a lot of clarification about what they really meant that wasn't written in there. So it goes into some of that, what they stated in the response, that the agency doesn't, just whatever they stated, they clarify different things, but in their presentation and in answering our questions, and we would like those clarifications included in the document, what they stated.
So,
and if you want to say and further explore, that's fine too, but we really, I don't want to clarify to be lost out of there.
I don't want them to further explore it in this document, because I think that'll be another 10-year project.
And we really had a lot of back and forth about this when we were writing this response with different views of different panel members.
Angela?
Sorry. I think my concern is that if we don't say anything about NAMs, or I agree with Gloria's point with us going back and forth before, that the word clarify should be in there because of the document. And I think potential uses is important too, because this is such a big, there is no way that we can tackle this field without having integrated assays that are in vitro. And so we just don't, I feel like we don't completely even know how this document will end up getting used. And so for that reason, I think it's important that we have to be supportive, or at least, I don't know, be clear that like there could be a potential use for NAMs for this field to look at additivity. I don't know. For me personally, there's just so many interactions with so many of these. I don't know how we can tackle this any other way. So to not have verbiage in there, or I don't know. I kind of support what Jeff is saying, especially with transporter work, and you have to have in vitro screens.
But is just this little tweak sufficient for this document?
Yeah.
Just clarify potential uses.
Clarify potential uses.
You know, they're
okay.
Okay.
And something everyone can live with, I guess, is what we're going for. All right. So next, moving on, is the hazard index approach. And again, you know, Debbie, do you still have something, or is your hand up from before?
Sorry, no, my hand's up from before.
Okay,
take it down.
all right. So then,
So wait, should I have
Yep.
something on one?
on what?
On the dose additivity.
Okay, going back.
Yeah, that's, I guess I'm confused about what the standards are, but this is a couple pages into assumption under dose additivity. Under assumption of similar toxicity endpoint
Right.
rather than common MOA.
Yep.
Is this contradicting general EPA guidance to rely on MOA? So the first paragraph there in the middle, the panel concluded that rather than the common MOA as presented in the draft mixtures document, common physiological outcomes should be the defining position.
Right. I mean, this was discussed 10 or more years ago, I think, in the phthalates report, for the NIH phthalates report. And I think, you know, I know pesticides generally has a more narrow conception of you know, cumulative risk for common mechanisms, common mode of action. But I don't think there's actually strict guidance beyond, you know, pesticides internal guidance on, something might have actually been written into the legislation specifically for pesticides, but this, you know, PFAS aren't pesticides. So I don't think that's really an issue here.
My concern is just if we're sort of, if this contradicts some other things in an important way, it merits a little more attention than it's getting. But if EPA is free to go this way or that way, then it's fine.
The draft document went into a whole big thing about, as Wei said, about the phthalates, and I can't remember if it was an EPA document or a National Academy of Science document that went into a whole thing about how dose mode of action, similar, identical mode of action isn't necessary, and they kind of like, I didn't know about it before that either, but they provided this example of how it's allowed under their guidance in quite a bit of detail in the document.
Let me just on here in the very next paragraph, the second line says a listed effects on multiple biological pathways twice.
There's a lot of things like that in this report.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thanks for the double typing there. So onto the hazard index approach, we have, in terms of the recommendations, again, this sort of menu-based approach rather than the tiered approach, which will come up again later. Consider whether the probabilistic RFDs would change these hazard index and TOSI approaches. And then this is related to, you know, additivity of reference doses versus additivity of health-based water concentrations and some of the subtleties related there. So. All right, next is the relative potency factor. Here's the change we just talked about, referring back to the menu-based rather than tiered approach. These are the recommendations. And this is kind of related to this menu idea, like being clear as to, from this menu, what type of data sets would be most appropriate or applicable for different approaches. The need for comparison across the approaches, and then it index chemical selection. So the mixture BMD. So this is where we talk about the relationship between other approaches and how it seems very similar. And EPA should consider revising the discussion to talk about when they're essentially the same and maybe merging that with a different section. Also not as clear as to the utility of the mixture BMD approach. So would need to provide, they should provide additional clarification there. So in terms of the recommendations, how it would be applicable in practice. And then use of human equivalent doses for the in the mixture BMD approach rather than the original points of departure. And that's it for the mixtures document. So then returning to the overall, the transmittal letter. These are the recommendations that are highlighted. Supporting dose additivity for common outcome. This issue of requirement of external peer review for toxicity values. Again, need for scientific input and review more generally. The menu-based approach rather than the tiered approach. Conceptual, clarifying these similarities between the different approaches. And then use of human equivalent doses rather than administered doses for these relative potencies and mixture BMD. And then finally, it's the clarifying as to how the mixture BMD will be used in practice. So I think this, because some of our recommendations really cross across the charge questions. So I think this is actually very useful to kind of summarize the overall picture. Any comments? Anything big that's missing from the from this transmittal letter summary? Maria?
No.
No? Okay.
Just that after we finish this part, I don't know if you have to put up the specific comments that I had on this or not. I'm not sure.
Sure, we can just so everyone can say that they've seen them. Share, I'm going to share. All right, so these are mostly some additional citations, just some details in terms of accuracy.
Right.
Verification, typos. So it's just 2 pages here of these type of more detailed comments. Any objections to including this as an appendix? So we have one section remaining. Let's see how. I guess maybe before we start on that, are there a lot of people with a lot of comments on this section? Because I was proposing we just try to push through and finish today. We have an hour left, and it isn't a very long section. It's like less than 10 pages in the document. But if there's things that we anticipate we'll need to discuss a long time, then I'm happy to maybe defer it till Friday, in which people might be more fresh. Sheila?
I'm just one of the individuals that submitted comments on this section in the original round, but I'm certainly willing to, to stick around. I think our comments were more brief than for the prior two sections, so I'm optimistic that we might be able to get through it.
Okay, great. So first, I guess, are there any clarifications from EPA on the CVD reduction document? I believe in the agenda, Mr. Heinrich is.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the thoughtful comments on the draft report. We intend to review your feedback on the draft approach, estimating the cardiovascular disease avoided as a result of the reduced exposure to the PFOA and PFAS in drinking water. And your input in the draft report is clear, and we're considering that as we continue to iterate on the analysis. One thing I wanted to note is that avoided CVD is only one of the health endpoints being evaluated by EPA for the quantitative benefits analysis. And we selected CVD based on the availability of the health and economic data. And moreover, we sought SAB input on the benefits analysis for CVD due to the novel approach used to estimate the benefits. So we are considering other health endpoints for inclusion in the benefits analysis for the proposed rule, and we'll be doing that when there's health and economic information available to do so. So I am continuing to look forward to seeing the final report and listening in on the additional deliberations today. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so now I'm going to reshare. All right, so the first was an overall charge question related to the generally whether it's scientifically supported and clearly described. There's some discussion here. But the overall recommendation was to have clear rationale, list of major assumptions. More discussion for this specific endpoint selection, but I think as Mr. Heinrich mentioned that this is actually one of many or several endpoints that are being considered for benefits analysis, and then recommendation to perform sensitivity analysis. Comments? Moving on to the meta-analysis. And study quality, a little bit more discussion there. Sensitivity analysis. The issue of the high density lipoprotein also was discussed here. So then the recommendations are to basically follow the recommendations from the MCLG documents in terms of evidence, identification, evaluation, be more clear as to inclusion, exclusion from meta-analysis, and then potentially a tiered approach with different confidence studies. So Sheila?
I just had one suggestion for this section, which is that we pull the, to have kind of add one additional recommendation to the summary list at the bottom. And that is the one that the agency explain the reasons or kind of give further explanation for the reasons that HDLC was excluded from detailed consideration, right? Because there's this piece of the meta-analysis up front where they kind of do both TC and HDLC, and I think it would be useful to have a little bit more justification of that. But if other folks who gave comments don't agree with pulling that out as a summary recommendation, that's fine with me too.
So the panel recommends the EPA provide additional discussion as to the rationale for excluding,
and I think I would say HDLC from the detailed consideration given to total cholesterol. Because they do include it in the initial meta-analysis and stuff, but for reasons that they explain, we just think, I just thought maybe there could be additional explanation of that. And we do say that already. There's language in on page 114, lines 26 to 32. I just was recommending, highlighting that as an additional.
Pull it out as a recommendation.
Exactly.
Yep. Any objections? All right. So next is the life table approach. Main recommendations are describe how it differs from in the use of prevalence and other key input data from prior applications. And then let's see, assumptions, positions, proposed methodology. You clearly listed. Okay. This is a long sentence. But I wonder if we could make this active voice that EPA clearly lists. Mentioned all the functions in the methodology. Actually, clearly list the assumptions and all the decisions methodology that may affect the estimates of mortality impacts, such as excluding. Okay, is that grammatically clear now? Sheila, you have additional comment?
Not for this section, no, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, the ASCVD model, a risk model. And this includes some sub-questions about the uniform distribution over 10 years and the validity of using the model for, using total cholesterol as an intermediary marker. So here, further discussion of the accuracy model for subgroups, including social determinants of health, and then, some essentially sensitivity analysis related to HDL inclusion.
Just right there, I think it should be HDLC.
HDLC.
Should probably fix that in the paragraph up above then too, or maybe just somebody can do a check throughout to make sure that it's either HDL-C or HDL cholesterol. Right there, right above recommendations.
Okay. All right, limitations and uncertainties. This is, so we have an appendix with specific areas, the details in terms of clarification. Because this is actually mostly about, I guess, section 7 in appendix A. So I guess we can go to that appendix. So this is, similar to the other documents that Gloria provided, like the specific page numbers as to what things that can be clarified.
I had just one suggestion here, and I don't know if it's appropriate. It makes sense to me that all these are in an appendix. So we could either just leave it this way, or I didn't know whether it made sense to pull up a couple, one or two of the recommendations from the list in the way that we have in the other sections for, to highlight. If folks wanted to do that, just related to my prior comment, in their table, you kind of listing uncertainties in their appendix to this study, the agency has a statement that the exclusion of non-total cholesterol outcomes results in an underestimate of the CVD impacts. And I'm hoping that they would be willing to change that to uncertain, just because, again, of the exclusion of the HDLC impacts, which could potentially be positive.
Okay, so
I think it's basically number 4A in this list. So it's like, page A3, lines 7 to 15. So there's already some language in there in the appendix. But again, I would defer to others if people are comfortable just leaving the whole list in the appendix and not highlighting any of those for specific recommendation.
Maybe we could just have some notable included with that. In addition to that particular one, are there others that you would want to pull up? Is that okay? But I think if we're going to pull some up, we need to pull more than just one.
Yeah, and I agree. And again, it's okay if folks don't want to highlight any. In case folks are thinking, and we do end up keeping this, I was going to give you the actual reference to where this was in the document to make it easier for the agency, but to find it.
Also, this was
Table 7. It's table 7, row 7. 7. Yeah.
okay. But is there at least one other one that we would want to pull forward, since I don't want to just have one? And what about that first one about quantified uncertainty about the slope of the relationship should be clarified and account for sensitivity of the meta-analysis? Is that a candidate for bringing up?
That makes sense to me, but I didn't contribute that point, so I don't want to speak for another committee member.
I was, so I was gonna, I didn't contribute that point either, but I was gonna suggest maybe the functional form part was important. So,
okay. All right. So I'm not going to copy the whole thing up, but just like simply a couple. Is that sufficient? Because it does talk about the functional form here. All right, great. Anything else on this section? If not, then we'll return up to the.
I have, sorry,
Go
one
ahead.
tiny thing, but
Mhm.
the very first sentence of section 3 under overall charge question says, the approach is quite reasonable given that perhaps the most well-established effect of PFAS exposure is elevated serum cholesterol.
Yeah, maybe we don't.
It's sort of weird
Right.
in the context of section 1.
Right. I'm sorry, where?
So section 3, very first sentence.
Oh, okay.
I mean, is that right, that this is the most well-established effect?
I don't know that we've.
That's why isn't it getting more attention in
is
the MCLG stuff?
Yeah, that maybe we can rephrase this to be as one of the more well-established effects, given that elevated serum cholesterol is one of the.
And that effect is principally in humans. I don't think rodents really show elevated serum cholesterol. There might be one paper by Jen Schlesinger. It's tricky for rodents.
Yeah, because of the PBAR effects.
Yeah.
The opposite. Yeah. Is this better? Elevated serum cholesterol is one of the better established effects of PFAS exposure in humans.
Yep, that's better.
Okay.
One other possibility, I don't know whether this makes sense, but it struck me that the second paragraph here is a really important paragraph. It's this kind of link to what came before. If that came first, and then the second paragraph is, could start with given a link between, right, or something like that, you know what I'm saying? Then the approach is reasonable. But I don't want to predispose or speak for others.
Yeah, I think maybe that makes sense to move this first. Let's see, nonetheless. We'll just reverse the sentence. Given that elevated serum cholesterol is one of the better established effects of PFAS exposure in humans, the approach described is reasonable, quite reasonable for all. Does that work?
I think that makes more sense. But again, I just one person. There's a space at the end between overall and the period that you might want to delete if we leave it.
I think that's a good observation.
Okay. All right. And I return up to the transmittal letter. And here, I think, let's see where to go. So the 5 bullets I pulled out here, yeah, it talks about the first one is what we just talked about, that supports the overall approach, but expressed concern about the discrepancy. And it sounds like from what was EPA just mentioned that they are considering other endpoints. So the recommendations, right?
The only obvious thing I see here is adding a C after HDL in the last bullet, consistent with what we were doing earlier as well.
Okay. Right, so additional clarity is the application methods including sensitivity analysis, include more discussion of the limitations of the ASCSVD model, and then evaluate inclusion of the HDLC or the HDLC data. Anything else? If not, then so we do have a few action items. I think maybe I'll try to review those before we leave. So Gloria, some references related to the ALT, some more recent information there. And then specific issues related to dose response for each tumor type. So I think this is just a editorial edit here to add.
I have that in the draft I'm gonna send you with my editorial comments and stuff.
Right. And then these paragraphs are already added. We just have these references to add. Do a check of HDL and HDLC throughout. And then I think some places I actually did highlight instead of the bubbles. So this is with the looker. Was this also you, Gloria? You were going to send something?
Yes.
Where'd it go? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Let me get back to the beginning. Sorry about the nothing around here. Right, so this okay, so the next one, I think this is the same comment as before, right? About the
I had drafted a sentence, so it's all in my, I have editorial comments, it's all in the same document. That's okay, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and then Dr. Kamadoulis was in the paragraph.
I already sent you something.
Okay, great. This is Gloria again. Let's highlight.
What is this?
This is
Oh, yeah,
related.
the sentence. It's all in, I have everything in my draft.
Okay. I think this is, so the sex differences hormonally modulated. This is also some references.
Yeah, I have, okay. I'll send that.
Okay, and then the studies about not meeting a clinical threshold.
That's me. This is Jamie.
Yeah.
And I put in my calendar to send you those before Friday. I think I put it in my calendar to send to you on Thursday.
Okay.
Yep, on Thursday.
Hey, Jamie, excuse me. Is this the same as like the ones, the Looker one and the Grand John one about not, is there something else? Is that the same thing? What, does that mean not meeting clinical threshold in vaccine response for protection?
That's correct.
What, oh, cause that was where the Looker, I was trying to mention any studies that showed that in that paragraph. Are there other ones? Besides,
I believe that there are a few others, and that's what I'll be digging up when I work on that section.
but that's the same, that should go where the Looker one goes then too, because that was the whole point.
Okay, yeah, I can make sure that they're.
If it shows that the PFAS were associated with a higher percent of vaccinated people not meeting the defined threshold for protection, that was what I was trying to find when I was adding the Looker study. So it should all be together.
Okay, I'm sure I can fix that.
Okay.
If need be, it can be in both places. All right, so this is similar endpoint, and so this, I'm sorry, this was something with some needlefish, right?
It was a study and then an invited perspective on the bigger thing. I'll send both. The whole idea in general, I'll send both of them. Okay.
Okay, so that's all of them, all of the details. All right, so I guess now the question is, what, I mean, we do have time scheduled on Friday, so we could, in theory, after all these edits and things have come in, do, just go through like the track changes one last time on Friday, or we could just, you could do that in terms of when this is sent out for essentially concurrence. Is there, I think we should only spend time on Zoom if absolutely necessary. So if there's things that we think that we need to discuss, then I'm happy to be, for us to meet again on Friday. But otherwise, I think it might be sufficient for us to just, have this circulated with the track changes for final concurrence before sending to the chartered SAB. Hopefully I'm not violating any processes here in proposing that.
Can you repeat the proposal again?
Right, so that we would basically incorporate these edits. There's a few specific sentences that people are sending references to add, a few sentences here and there. And then we wouldn't meet again in Zoom. We would just send, when we send this for final concurrence before going up the chartered SAB to the committee, then we would, send along our track changes so that people can see all the changes, but that these are minor enough to not need another Zoom to discuss.
Okay.
Is that okay? Sue, is that allowed within the rules?
It is allowed within the rules. The idea being that you all have already agreed on essentially what type of information you're looking for to add to the report. So there's nothing new that's going to happen. If if at any point that type of thing happens, then we would want to, you know, convene and have that discussion. But from what I've heard and from my understanding, there will not necessarily be a need to reconvene on Friday to discuss the report further. And as was stated on the agenda that we published for this meeting, that should the panel be able to complete their discussion of the full draft report today, we would not need to have another meeting on Friday, and that meeting would essentially be canceled. So, no problem.
All right. So once again, I guess this will be the last time that we'll meet virtually as a panel, because I think for the chartered SAB, it doesn't, well, some of us will see each other on the chartered SAB, I suppose. But I wanted to, Angela, you had something?
I'm sorry to do this. I did find one reference related to the toxicokinetics section from document 1 to just include in the document. It took me a while to dig it up, but there's a human proteomics paper that looks at expression in neonates, human neonate kidney for OATs versus adults that I think should make it into the document. It's kind of I had to dig for the paper, but it's relevant and it was published in 2019. So if the group is okay with it, I can work with you. I think it would be in the box 1 on page 57 in the document.
As an example of how
yes
would contribute.
Yes. And it's, I mean, I think the important part is it's human, and it clearly shows that protein levels in the kidney for this very important transporter for clearance they're substantially lower compared to adults. So I think it's a worthwhile citation to get in there.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Any objections? Yeah. All right. Tom?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Tom Brennan, Director of the SAB Staff Office. I just wanted to thank you all for a really tremendously detailed review. I mean, I could tell how prepared and enthusiastic you came at this. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciate it, especially to our chair, Weishe, and Sue Shalal, our DFO, who works so hard behind the scenes to support you all. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, and I want to thank all of you for all your detailed input and comments and writing to contribute to this report. Also, thanks Sue for her guidance and role as the DFO, and then all the SAB staff that makes all this possible. And also, especially the EPA staff who put these documents together. We have a lot of comments and critiques, but we know that this was an incredibly large amount of work and that incredible effort. And we want to help you to make this, make this better and to really, support the protection of public health. So, yep.
Do we have like a time frame when you want everyone to send in their edits and editorial edits and everything, and when we might expect to get the track changes report to look at? Is there like a time frame when everyone should send them in by?
Well, I think probably sending them in this week would be best, would be great, so that we're sort of staying on schedule. But Sue, you and I haven't talked about in terms of the turnaround for the final, for incorporating all these edits. And I know there's a number of editorial typo type things that Gloria has and others may have seen that we would want to incorporate as well. So.
Yeah, I think Jamie had a good idea about getting things in by Thursday. Some of us certainly, I know Weishui and myself already have a block that we've put aside for a Friday Zoom meeting. So at least we'll have a couple of hours there where we can, finalize and sort of place all the information that you guys are providing into the draft report. And then beyond that, I can take the report and go through and do a final scrub for the typos and other issues that might be in need of fixing before we turn it around and I'll be sending it out probably if we can get all of this new information inserted into the report this week, then we can probably have a better version by the end of next week, and I will send it out for concurrence at that time to all of you. So
Oh, great.
that will be our working time frame for now.
Okay, excellent. Any final words from anyone?
Great job as chair. Thank you for keeping everything on track and flowing well. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're most welcome. It's been pleasure and honor working with all of you, and I think we have a really strong document with lots of really constructive feedback. And with that, I will turn it back over to Sue to do the final gavel adjournment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And I agree with the panel, and I'm sure our EPA colleagues are very appreciative of the work that's been done by this panel, and especially our chair, Dr. Wei Chu. Very much appreciated all the hard work that went into this. And with that, you have a few more minutes from today's meeting given back to you, as well as Friday's 4 hours also. So thank you again, and appreciate all the work. And that concludes our meeting. It is now adjourned.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Will.
No problem.
Dean, anything from me?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Let me call you on the phone.
I can just clear this out. Yeah.
I always get weird about that because sometimes then they have issues coming back in.
Oh, another time?
Yeah. If
Really?
you kick them out, then they have to restart their computer to delete the cookies to be able to come back in.
I think that's only if you report them, isn't it?
No, that's whenever you kick out of Zoom, that happens.
Oh, well,
Yeah. But it really, all it takes is a refresh.
okay.
Delete the history, and then it resets it. I think for Sue, her static was pretty bad at some points on there today.
It never improved. I wish you would have gotten off and reconnected.
That's exactly what I was going. Basically, I was actually getting ready to ask her to restart, basically reset her router, but I'm going to do that. I'll probably call her on Friday and ask her to reset the router. And I might, you know what? I'm just going to send an email. And let her know that, it never improved at all today. It was very staticky the entire time she spoke.
Yeah.
And, here are my suggestions on it.
I put it in the chat. But
Oh, you did? Okay.
yeah.